Let me go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. It's my time, watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. Adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. vibes in my mind, I can't get them out. No matter how hard I try, I need you and your heart next to mine. Yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
Hello and welcome to the FSL F Open, where 7 teams compete for their spot in the upcoming FSL Elite. This is an all-women tournament with teams from the Oceanic and SEA region. I'm Otomo, and joining me for the first time is my good fellow here, Mr. Harry Freak. How are you doing, Harry Freak?
I'm doing quite well. You know, it's early morning. You wake up early, you wake up fresh, and you're ready for some interesting games.
I hope so too, because I'm looking forward to it. Before we go into today's matches, let's have a look at which 3 teams already qualified to the Elite. As we mentioned before, the Elite is going to be a 5,000 Singaporean dollar tournament. We already have 3 teams there. The 4 teams will be competing. That's why today's winner will be joining them in the Open. We, as you can see, Red Horse, Roar, and OO compete. I believe all of them won a certain FSL Opens, kind of like a DPC tour, where we have a tournament at the end. You get points. So these 3 teams all won one FSL Elite. One FSL tour, and then they made it there. And this weekend we're going to be having 2 days of Dota 2 action. It's going to be a best of 1 double elimination tournament with a best of 3 grand finals at the end. And Harry Freak, some people love best of 1, some people hate them. Where do you fall on the topic?
When I used to play Dota, I used to really hate them. You know, nowadays it is fun. It is fun seeing people struggle. It is fun seeing how people actually deal in stressful situations. I'm not sure, you know, if all of the players in the tournament are super committed. You told to me that there are some really high MMR girls here that just crush it. You know, there are ones that just play for fun,
Yes.
that just change their rosters. So I'm not sure how much pressure it is going to be for all of them, but it's definitely going to make things fun. And you know, having double elimination always takes a little bit of stress away.
Yeah, but like you said, we prefer it when it's stressful. We prefer it when it's hard and difficult. We want to see the teams, you know, be like, oh my god, we're gonna lose, and we're all out of the tournament. But yeah, the some of the teams here we are seeing, like, you know, we talked about Red Horse. That team has, you know, rank 100 players on it in Southeast Asia, which is very impressive. And some of the teams a little bit more entering it for fun because it is an open tournament that you can just join for a weekend, see how far you go with it, which is pretty nice. I love that we have a platform for women gamers. I feel like that we don't have enough of these tournaments, so this is a great initiative. And we want to also make sure we thank our sponsors, both Intel and Yahoo, for making this happen. It's great to see. So Eric, what?
Yeah.
Please continue.
Go on.
No,
go on.
it's you please. The guest continues.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely nice to see that. I'm not sure if I would be super stoked on mixed teams. I think I'm not sure how well they would be in communicating and stuff like that. It can be an issue when you have full female teams. I think they can actually work pretty well together, and it's always fun to see the scene kind of being elevated at least a little bit. So this is my. I have watched some tournaments, some games as well of the FSL as well. You casted them, and it was definitely fun to watch, and that is what we're here for. In the end, it's all just entertainment for the viewers.
Yeah, I mean, but I do like what you said that we should be. It's great to have more infrastructure, because some of the reasons why, like, it would be great. It's like opening up a whole new region. You want to make sure you give them all the support they could get because they deserve it. They should have that so they can be elevated. So I also enjoy it very much. How I feel about the meta right now, though, too, seems a little bit all over the place. Is there any heroes that you enjoy seeing? Any heroes you don't enjoy seeing? I know Zeus is one of your favorites. You say you need more Zeus in every game, right?
Yeah, more Zeus, more Dawnbreaker, and more Marcy, please. That is what we want to see, right? All those three heroes, because very rarely they're picked up, and they make the game so much interesting. Zeus and the Dawnbreaker, they don't do insane amounts of damage. Though I'm just gonna stop right now. I'm not liking that there are so many overpowered heroes in the meta. It does make the first pick somewhat viable when you have some of these overpowered heroes, but I still think that the patch needs some tweaking before it can actually be used for big lands. So I'm hoping there's a tweak before the major, but there's no indication that is coming.
Yeah, I don't think that it seems unlikely because right after the ESL close qualifier, I think within like 3 or 4 days, or straight away going to the Arlington Major. I imagine that there's any tweak to be after the major, so we'll find out at that point. But yeah, I think both teams should have access to Zeus, Dawnbreaker, and Marcy. Just seems fair, right? Like, doesn't seem that fair that one team gets it and the other team doesn't. It seems fair that both of them get it. Then the other two picks will just be random ones. Razor's also been a hero that has been. I don't know how I feel about Razor because sometimes I see the hero just get crushed, and sometimes you see get the BKB refresher Agnems. It looks so good. How do you feel about Razor? Do you have any feelings towards him, or is it like, he's just another hero?
I don't think he's that powerful. I think the reason, he was powerful in the last land that was played, OG is there. OG is really good with the Razor. People would rather play the Razor themselves, even if they're not perfect at the hero, rather than give it to OG. And when you're at a tournament and you have a team like that, the meta starts revolving around it because you start playing heroes that are good around the Razor, they're good with the Razor, good against the Razor. Yeah. It kind of develops a meta of its own, and you get lost in it. People think that pro players, even the ones at the top, have everything figured out, but the thing is, when the meta slightly changes, you can be kind of baffled about how weak or how strong some heroes just become because some other heroes start being picked up. So I think that was the main reason for the Razor craze. I don't think the hero is that powerful. You don't see him much in pubs, especially not in Europe, and it's not like you pick it and there's absolutely no response to the hero. There's multiple ways to deal with it.
Well, with that analysis, I think we have the draft ready. We can go in at any moment. And just want to make sure people know that both of these teams are pretty evenly skilled. They're both at the immortal level here. So I expect, I really hope that we get like one of those slugfest 40-minute games. And we'll see when we go into the draft what we're working with here. I believe that we already have a couple of bans. And it looks like your favorite hero, Marcy's banned. And a hero that we didn't talk about, which is the Bristleback. This guy can definitely run the game by himself. It's kind of crazy what you can see with the Bristleback. And look, Nyx Assassin being banned kind of indicates a Dawnbreaker. First pick for Meh.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, might be the case. The Pudge is getting banned though on the other side, so you could go for the Dawn. I'm liking the Bristleback ban, especially when you told me that we are dealing with the Immortals. If it's low Immortal players, these guys know how to farm. They know how to approach the game. They know how to win the game. What are the timings? And Bristleback is one of the best timing heroes currently. And yep, looky here, we do get the Dawnbreaker.
It's very telegraphed with the ban on the Nyx Assassin. For running down, they go with the Gyrocopter and the Ricky, which makes me think it's probably Like at least one of these is a support, and the other one's going to be the carry, right? Most likely, I feel like it's going to be the Ricky carry, gyrocopter support. The homing missile
10
shard is
seconds
insane, but we have seen support Ricky going with the
5
shard
seconds
and
remaining.
like a meteor hammer. Although I feel like that's kind of fallen off, or am I crazy?
Well, it never really got a lot of traction,
True.
but yeah, you would see it from time to time if someone wants to try it in a pub or in competitive games. It can happen from time to time, but very very rarely. Especially now with the DPC, with every game counting, people tend to not go for shenanigans like that. You want a sure victory, especially against teams that you are favored to win against.
Yes.
And in the DPC usually there's like 3 or 4 of those teams that you can win against as when you play normal Dota. So yeah, I would be inclined to say that this is probably gonna be a Ricky 1 and the Gyro 5. That lane does seem pretty strong on paper, and considering they picked it into the Dawnbreaker, maybe they were ready for it.
I wonder if they might consider also going for like a Gyro 4 and pick a Grim 5. Grim Ricky is strong. And with the Soul Bind, imagine 2 homing missiles with the shard. Like, that seems like a ton of damage if you ask me. They do recognize that their lockdown is not amazing, so they ban out the Ember Spirit. Run It Down also doesn't have incredible lockdown. I expect the next couple of picks to solve that. Could consider going for the Mars. That's one of the like Southeast Asia's bread and butter, the Mars Mirana. Maybe put the Dawnbreaker as a 5. You still have a great combo with the Solar and the Arena. That's how we see Boom Esports generally play with those 3 heroes.
Yeah, it is a possibility. Though still could be the Dawnbreaker in the Mirana. I really like the opening from Matt because the thing is, I think the best way to open the draft when you're the second or first pick, either way, is with a double off lane with a little bit of flexibility there, so that you can move someone to another position. Mirana most likely gonna be a 4. I don't really see this hero as
anything else.
As anything else. Mid Mirana, pretty underwhelming. Offlane Mirana as well. Position 4, you still need some farm on this hero. Position 5, you still need some farm on it. And the Dawnbreaker, this hero can go on any position, so innately it has an insane amount of flexibility.
Yeah, I'm still going though with the 5 on the Dawnbreaker, and hopefully we'll see a Mars. We'll see if Run It Down considers banning it. The core bans from Run It Down: the Bristleback, the Faceless Void, the Ursa. I imagine it's gonna be a core Pudge. Not quite sure personally. I don't love carry Pudge as much as some people do. It's either snowballs or starts feeling a bit weak. The hero has a ton of HP, but isn't actually tanky to physical damage. So I don't know. Either way, Run It Down. They really do. They're all targeting carry heroes right now. They do not want to deal with that.
That's why you get phase boots. I've seen some people. Usually people go for a hood on the Pudge. I feel like it's a waste of gold. From a cloak to the hood, you don't really gain much. In my mind, you go for phase boots Vanguard, and you're just incredibly tanky, even to physical damage. But not really to talk about Pudge. We're not going to be seeing him at much. But what we are going to be seeing is the Snapfire, and to be honest, that's some extra lockdown. Ricky also likes playing with the Snapfire, the cookie. When you have an invis hero constantly running around, is going to be quite nice. And the magic damage from Run It Down is actually insane. So until Mech get the BKBs up and running, no matter what the situation is on the scoreboard and in the net worth, Run It Down will have kill potential.
Yeah, definitely. And these 2 supports do a ton of damage, assuming it is Gyrocopter. It's like Gyrocopter Snap. That's a heavy damage support duo. Good amount of stuns, good amount of just AOE damage as well with their ultimate. So for Meh, Decimirana will have troubles in fight. You throw a homing missile, you just have the Snap or the Gyrocopter chase Mirana around, so just be forced to leave. I really like Run It Down's draft so far. And they're pretty tanky as well on the Gyro and the Snap. Snap's a strength hero, Gyrocopter, because you're melee, because you use Rocket Barrage in melee range, you usually see a couple of bracers, Magic Wand. Like, the hero tends to build some stats as well, so I like it. Meh, who are they going to go with here? Still looking for the Mars myself. Although Mars, not great against the Ricky Snap. Like, these 2 heroes, he kind of doesn't like playing against those 2.
if there is a hero that the Mars hates, it's the Ricky.
For sure.
Your arena is useless. You are in the lane. It's very hard to hit the spear. Ricky jumps on you. The second you turn around on him, he uses the tricks of the trade, so it's very hard for you to do anything. That usually deals a lot of damage to you before you can even use the spear if you decide to save it. And
Ooh.
yep, there is not gonna be an offlane pickup. There's gonna be an ogre in the TA, and I have to say I'm loving this approach with them, because if you look at run it down heroes, Gyro and the Snapfire, Ricky sure, but Gyro and the Snapfire don't have a lot of armor, so the TA will eat through them. You know, you talked about their tankiness, but the TA will crush them. And now you have a setup in the safe lane for a Mirana arrow. So once Mirana gets a gets an urn, he can rotate to the safe lane as well.
Ah. Sanity comes out great for removing refractions from Templar Assassin, and that's one thing we do. You mentioned like, oh yeah, TA can burst with them. She definitely could, but Rundown has 3 people who just eat refraction charges. You know, Rocket Barrage, Snapfire with both her ultimate as well as Little Shredder, and Sand King's got multiple spells that do these tick damage. I'm not sure, does Rocket... I think Rocket Barrage does remove refraction charge. I believe you have to do something like more than 5 damage to remove a refraction charge. There's like a damage.
It does.
Yeah, so it does. So it will be fine. Like you could just shred through her refraction charges with 3 of these heroes. For Meh, they probably either need a carry or a mid, depending on where the TA goes. Run it down. They need a mid for sure, unless they have something crazy. Also, this might be odd, but Meh tend to play the Mirana off lane. So we might see an Ogre 5, Dawnbreaker 4, and Mirana 3. We both don't like that, right? I'd rather see the Dawnbreaker 3 than a Mirana 3.
I love it. I mean, you know, it's not common. I don't think it is super strong, but I do like it. You know, rushing an Aghanim Scepter can be viable.
Yes.
The problem I see with the core Mirana is a lack in the attack damage, so you can struggle in terms of CS, especially against a hero like Ariki. This hero does have solid amounts of damage, and he has a really good animation. So if it is a core Mirana, he might actually struggle there.
And the last pick.
Oh, some really fast picks.
Right, instantly coming out here. We'll wait and see who they go with here. And all right, I am excited to find out exactly. This is going to be the support Ricky, by the way. Nada is one of their support players, so she is going to go for the Ricky. It's going, and that's going to be a core gyrocopter instead. All right, a Snapfire is going to be playing the 4 here. Carry gyrocopter, mid tiny. How do we feel about this? Which draft do you favor right now?
I'd say that Meh has a better, well-rounded draft. I already talked about it. You said that they were immortal players.
All of them
I'm gonna assume on a bit of the lower end. Maybe they're in the higher one, but you would be like impressing me, like, oh, this, she is. I'm just constantly stopping myself from saying this guy because
yes.
just the first time it does happen. But the thing is, again, look at the lineup. You have a TA, so the timing is very easy to hit. It is probably a hero that she has played multiple games with and knows every single timing nicely. Then you have some pickoff. You have a magical damage dealer in the mid. It's a well-rounded lineup. The other one is a little bit cheesy. Probably needs a bit more, thought how you're gonna move, what you're gonna do. How are you going to push the towers? That's an issue as well. But, cheese can work out. Still, if it just comes out from my end and how I feel, I'd rather play the Radiant lineup.
Interesting, because I mean the off lane Mirana is kind of where I kind of draw the line a little bit, and I do think that Run It Down has easier stuns to land. You get the Tiny as well as the Sand King. Gyrocopter homing missiles easy. Snapfire cookie is pretty good. Like I feel like the lockdown from Run It Down is pretty good. Where you look at the other one, it's only really the Ogre Magi who can stun people down. Starbreaker is telegraphed. Aether Remnant is dodgeable. Arrow's dodgeable as well. So I kind of like the Run It Down draft, but this is nice. We each have our favorites. We'll find out who's right and wrong by the end of the game. As always, I'll be right, I'm sure, because if my team loses, I'll just switch and say, no, I was with Meh the whole time. I was with Meh the whole time.
That I'm completely okay with that. Given the time to play by playcaster, you're the one that should be acting smart.
Yes, thank you.
You know, so it's okay. I'm gonna get the praises for my beautiful casting of Dota here, and we might actually see a fight
Oh.
right off the bat. But you're coming up the high ground.
Arrow
with an
misses.
arrow that is not gonna connect. And it's a lot of damage still being done by the Celestial
Going
Hammer.
for the
still
Ogre?
against Blessing. The Ogre is just dead right off the bat, but the Melt Strike, that's a lot of damage. Now they're going for synergy. It's looking like he is gonna, or she's gonna be losing her
Stun
life
2
here.
seconds.
No, for now, the live Celestial Hammer, but gets shot there. So no way of survival. In the end, it's gonna be a 2-for-2. With no one really coming out super far ahead. Who got the first blood, though? Was it...
the Snapfire got it? So I think so. At least the
okay.
Dire gets a little bit of advantage in that, but at the same time, you also get a kill for the TA, and that's not a hero that you want to give kills to. You know, the carry TA, you want her to be slowed down, but nope, she gets a kill. So this is what we talked about, right? The stuns are so much easier to land and run it down. We saw that in that fight. The arrow misses, which really hurt Mech because they needed that arrow to land. And they took.
I kind of hope that the arrow was gonna connect. You know, picking a Mirana, it's probably a comfort hero.
Yes.
So I was hoping that was gonna land. They were just walking up the hill. So I think that was a slight mistake that cost Matt at least the first blood.
Oh, and by the way, it is going to be on the Dawnbreaker is going to be the core. So it looks like Kang is not. Usually this person plays it is a core role, which is, I mean, kind of crazy now that we look at it. But yeah, it's going to be the Dawnbreaker off lane. So I was wrong, guys. Everyone, please report me.
We're fine. Our analyst is doing well, but yeah, Ricky position 5. This hero is very tanky when it comes to looking at the arrow. He wants to be landing that one, but no need because you know, the Dawnbreaker just does so much damage, and with the slaps there, they're gonna be finishing off the Ricky as well. I was talking about how the hero is tanky, a lot of regen, a lot of armor, but against the Dawnbreaker, it means absolutely nothing. So this cheesy safe lane that they picked into the Dawnbreaker, right off the bat, it is not working out well.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this Ricky support in general. Like we talked about, and I agree with you completely. It's very cheesy. I think that it's something that a weaker team picks when they feel like they really need to get something out of the bag. It's not something like a strong team or a team that feels like they're gonna win. They're like, oh yeah, let's try the cheese, guys. Let's try our Crystal Maiden mid. Like that's not what you want to. You never want to bring that out when you're gonna win a game because it's too risky. So I do think that maybe Run Down feels like, this is the only way we can beat this. We can beat Meh.
Might be the case, though. I'm hoping that they don't feel like that's the only way that you can approach victory here. But for now, other than that brawl early on, and of course they killed them top lane, it is being a very peaceful start. I would say, you know, not a lot of brawling, not a lot of fighting. Everyone is just kind of farming, and then, of course, when the Dawnbreaker decides someone is going to die, there's not much you can do to stop the hero.
Yeah, in the meantime, the CS is relatively nothing crazy so far. Top lane is basically the same. The bottom lane is also kind of even, like just very even CS across the board. And I'm trying to think if I favor any team with that. I feel like if I had to pick one, I think I favor the Radiant a little bit more. I do think their lineup skills just a tiny bit better, you know. Bottom lane though, this Sandy's taking a lot of hurt.
Sandy is taking damage top lane. Mirana is taking damage, but now the Dawnbreaker turns around in the top lane, and Nada is looking like she is gonna die. Oh, let's get herself away. But the Mirana now getting an arrow into the backside. Let's see if it's gonna be enough damage. Not for now, but one more hit. No, he needs 2 more, and it is gonna be there. Kang, no chance of survival. Now we go immediately towards the bottom lane where the action has stopped. The Sand King has survived. And Fallen X, though, I wouldn't want to be in the skin of the grandma right now because the damage coming out from the TA and the Ogre is going to be insane. Is it going to be enough for a kill? Well, not for now.
That's what we talked about, right? Snapfire starts off with like 4 armor. She's got 780 HP. She is pretty tanky in the early levels, and we can see that, you know, keeping her alive right now. And YS taking a bit of damage. YS taking a lot of damage, actually.
He turns around, Fallen X, getting low as well, and the Ogre, we know that this guy, or is that a Jakiro? I actually don't know.
It's an Ogre!
But YS dies in the end. He walks back into the sandstorm. Didn't take the long route back. So it does make sense that you will get punished for that. A bit of a mistake. It's gonna end up in a kill, and a big thing for sure, because Sand King having a good lane on this hero, you're gonna get a very early blink dagger, and then it's gonna be all hell loose. Lane arrow connect. With the Starbreaker, that's an easy grab. Ricky, well, nothing you can do. No way to stop the Starbreaker. No way to take the arrow. That was a really nice jump coming out from the Mirana.
And I think for both safe lanes, they actually don't mind dying so much. Like TI doesn't mind dying so much. Jarek, both of these heroes can recover. The problem is that the off laner in both of these lanes really wants to go. Like you mentioned, Stranger on the Sand King really wants the Blink Dagger. Dawnbreaker also really wants to get those items going. So of these two, though, I think I favor the Sand King a little bit more, just because I think the Blink Dagger is more impactful on the hero.
Off lane again. Ricky this time around. He is the arrow. Oh no, turning around on the land. The Dawnbreaker will finally fall, so you're gonna be seeing the damage output of the gyro finally come into play. And the Kank, well, nothing he could do about that one, and he has to be careful himself right now.
In the meantime, Phoenix taking a couple of hits, but looks like she'll be fine. She's been really playing well with the aggression from the enemy side, like always kind of low HP, but never in kill range. And doing just a good job with that. 5-5 right now. And again, I do think that Meh will be pretty okay with this. Coming out like in the even game, I still think Meh has a slightly better draft. Not a better draft, but like they'll be happy with that. Rundown kind of needs the advantage to go forth. Although their team fight is also very, very impressive.
We'll have to see what they do with their Blink Dagger timings,
Right.
I think, as well, you know. Sand King, Tiny, those are the heroes that are going to be making plays around the map. I'd say the first ones. Obviously, Meh can make plays just out of the levels, but the Void Spirit is going to be needed sometime. Okay, she's in a lot of trouble, you know. This is the kind of situation that you very rarely come out alive, and... Wycol Stranger, nice stun. Fallen X will survive. They needed one more hit, but very nicely baited by the Sand King. Just waiting. Meanwhile, Ricky dies on the top lane, but it's not going to be in vain. And Kang, she wants to fight. She wants to fight the Gyro. I don't know if this is a smart move, because Gyro with 3 points in the Rocket Rush, he can crush the small Mirana. Cat Lady versus the guy in a helicopter in a pretty more than one just killing. That's a really old one, and it will fall down from the skies. Beautifully done by Kang, and already on a killing spree on this Mirana, so definitely a comfort pick, and for now, paying off.
Yeah, that was a little bit greedy here by a gyrocopter, and did not pay off. Mid lane has been very quiet, by the way, and very even. 47-5 to 46-3, so just even lane. I do think this favors the Tiny a little bit. Tiny doesn't. He wants the game to be a little bit calm until he gets the Blink Dagger. Once she gets the Blink Dagger, she can do whatever she wants. Whereas Void Spirit can rotate very early in the game. Do you agree with that, or do you think that no, it's not quite the same way?
Yeah, I think that pretty much sums it up. The Void Spirit, though, he needs a bit more levels. I usually see as the second and the third power rune as where the Void Spirit wants to rotate. So we're probably going to be seeing Mirana kind of homing around the mid lane and trying to get now those very important runes for the Void Spirit.
Yeah, and I don't think that the Tiny will also be a target for them. Just a little bit too tanky. Void Spirit has a haste rune, so I do expect him to rotate before the 10-minute mark. It only lasts for 2 minutes in the bottle, so you might want to get like 9:30. You just want to use it, go somewhere, maybe collect another rune at the same time. Time will tell, but overall the CS for the Radiant side, particularly the TA, is starting to pull ahead.
Definitely as TA one of the fastest farmers in the game, if not the fastest when it comes to you not having any farming items. We can see she already went into the jungle.
Arrow?
It's gonna leave the ogre. Arrow. Oh, it's a perfect one. And GNA, she's here. She wants to go for the gyro. Last of the wild. Well, there's not going to be any more of the wilds because the last of them is dead. And a nice astral step now with a TP from the Tiny. Can he do something instead of just being slapped there by the Starbreaker? He turns around. He might have the avalanche in a few seconds. The arrow this time around. It is going to hit again because he is just on point. No way around the bow. But now with these celestial hammer to get one more kill, and the ogre comes over. It's a full 5-man fight. Actually, it's not because the carries are missing. And now, oh, Okay, they stopped the TP. The Sand King really didn't want to be a part of that fight with a good reason. So everyone went there, apart from the Sand King and the TA. So the bottom lane cores are gonna be a little bit more pacifistic in this game for now.
Is that a word? Pacifistic? Is it like
Yeah.
is it passive? The word? Is that what you mean?
Radiant's bottom
I don't
tower
know.
is
A
under
pacifist
attack.
is someone who doesn't want to fight, who
Yeah,
doesn't want war.
pacifistic is a well. In the meantime, doesn't matter. Looks like the Dominik takes some damage, but who's killing who? As Q on the Tiny, she just. I mean, she's tanky, but she's just so much damage coming out from these support duo right now. As well as Dawnbreaker, nada. Oh, she's down.
Yeah, that was pretty close to surviving. You know, Ricky again, the hero does have a lot of armor, so it did make sense. And yeah, we are artists here, Otomo, so we can make up words, and I'm pretty sure that pacifistic is a word. So I'm gonna stay with that. You kind of caught me off guard there. I think you're just messing with me.
I don't think pacifistic. I mean, I know that pacifist is a word. I don't think pacifistic is a word. That's all right. Well, you know what? We'll ask the very handsome gentleman at Twitch chat if it's a word. How's that sound? We'll let them decide.
Yeah, sure, for sure. I'm not the biggest fan of the Sand King going for a Vanguard. She is gonna be a bit tankier, but it kind of delays your blink dagger timing. So I really want to see how this pans out. You would have had it by now, which 11 minutes is the perfect time to have
Bottom
it.
lane?
And usually 17, they will go in. They wanna do some damage onto land with the Starbreaker, who's gonna be damage to whom, and DNA is here to assist. Why Cool Stranger? We're not gonna be looking at that part of the map because we just don't want to be seeing any violence, but we're gonna be seeing violence going towards the Ricky, who uses the smoke screen, and they're with smoke in their eyes. Nah, they just get out with it. Meanwhile, GNA is gonna be dying to the rocket, and that's a lot of damage there, but Nada is looking very much dead. Actually, they lost the dust. Nada will be surviving this Ricky, finally coming out of the fight alive and not going down the drains like every single time. And it seems like the fight isn't gonna stop against Blessings.
Arrow?
We'll get a homing missile into the back. Arrow this time around, it's gonna miss, but it was very close. Not gonna save the Ogre with a smoke screen there. You will not even be able to utter a word. Meanwhile, YS though is doing a good job pushing, but it is not gonna result in a tower just yet.
Run It Down is having some very good luck right now because with both the Tiny going for the Echo Saber and the Sand King going for the Vanguard, what we thought was going to be two fast blink daggers by around this time suddenly is not. So their initiation really takes a hit. Yet they're still keeping it very even, which like for Run It Down, this is really good news. Like they need to keep it even considering the fact that their team fight has been severely hampered. However, Sand King only 1,000 gold away from the blink dagger. Once he gets it, it's not too bad. Although Run It Down, they need to get that level 6 on the Snapfire. Mid lane.
Oh, it's good. It's more than enough damage. This Ricky is starting to become a problem. As soon as she got the smoke screen, Ricky started really paying off. Now walking into the triangle there.
Comes the Gops.
Really want to invade right now. Mortimer's kisses and smooches into the Ogre. The cute little guy in a suit will die. Or the cute little guys in the suit will die. And the arrow connects only onto the cobbled foreman while towards the top lane. The smoke was used. The supports are gonna be assisting. They want the TA. That's the reason they went to the triangle either way. YS in some trouble, but he's gonna stay in the Solar Guardian protected
Nice cookie.
by the Starbreaker. Now, actually, there's the Ricky. There's the sun. It's still not gonna be enough. A beautiful sun, a double one, and now the epicenter. The ground will shake, and you will lose it beneath your feet. YS turns around the fight because there is no chance of her surviving. Just wants to do enough damage, and GNA comes to clean it all up. Just a very, very aggressive turnaround coming out from Meh allows the Void Spirit to clean up, and this hero is going to be an issue with the amount of levels and gold that she just got.
They still got 2 kills from Run It Down, so it's not a complete waste. By the way, look at the Gyro's item build. She is going to go for the Veil of Discord, no points in her flat hand. So this is a very different style of the Gyrocopter. Not farming, focusing just on fighting. It looks like the real carry is going to be the Tiny. Q, she's like, yeah, she's got the Echo Saber. She's going for the Blink Dagger. Might even stop for a shard before that. She's just farming. She's not invested in fighting for the team right now. Just focusing on just getting as fast as she can.
Yep, that's actually quite cool. quite cool approach to the game. It shows to me that they have a plan.
Yeah.
They have a plan of how they want to play Dota. Maybe at some point the Riki is going to be transitioning into a little bit more of a core. But for now, he's just a scout, and they are scouting the Dawnbreaker. Look at that luscious hair, but they can pull it out. Makes a mistake there, gets stunned up by the creep, and that might actually cost her life. Actually, scratch the might because so many heroes are there, and actually, no chance of rival. Now we're gonna be seeing that fail of Discord in action against Blessing. Gets absolutely destroyed by the magical damage of the gyrocopter. The rest of the team comes over just to get some experience away from their carry, but she did need no help because that ogre, he had no chance of rival whatsoever.
Dude, gyrocopter did 1,150 magic damage in like 3 seconds. That is insane. But yeah, that's what gyrocopter can do for you. Usually we see this hero as a support because of the magic damage, but top lane though, Q, well, looks like they know. I think she walked just near a trap, but Q's just gonna walk out, be fine. In the meantime, who's ganking who? Because the Reddit dart coming from behind. We got no chance to analyze anything in this game. Agent Blessing.
Yeah. Definitely not, because they just want to fight, and we already saw this once. Poor ogre not gonna live for a very long time. They get the stun onto
By
the
Nanda.
thing. That's a big hero, but the stun, there's gonna be the avalanche. They're still gonna be facing no chance of a turnaround here from Man. They're absolutely destroyed. Every single one of their heroes that was even remotely close to a fight will take a big chunk of damage. 3 of them will die, while Lei is getting herself away into the trees. But that's just a coward move from her, looking as her teammates are dying and not being able to do anything about it. That just has to put a it can never feel good.
It's called tactical retreat, my friend. You know, sometimes you have to tactically go back when the team gets team wiped. And I believe at this point we are 80% chance to win for Run It Down 7-7, which is kind of huge. They do have the late game Tiny, who's getting there with her items. She has the Blink Dagger as well, so she can actually join fights. We'll see if they want to go for this. Looks like all the Dire are here. Oh, bad cookie.
Will be there now. The tactical retreat. We're gonna see it working out because she is there. Favorite teammate. Now the sun onto the Sand King. They want her dead as well. Wyco Stranger is looking very much dead. But let's see if she can get herself out. Just 3 seconds before the Blink Dagger. The smoke screen is there. And there is the Blink. Avatar's combo gonna be doing a ton of damage. Can they kill Q? It doesn't seem likely because the Tiny is way too tanky, but the damage is kicking in. It's kicking in. The arrow connects into the backlines onto the Sand King, and he's under a trap. The 3 of them will get slowed down. Kill Q. Can they finish her off? Yes, they get a beautiful start from the Sand King, and now Nada.
That's a kill now.
But this Riki doesn't do enough damage. They finally bring down the Dawnbreaker, but the 2 big cores are still alive. YS doesn't have the guts to continue chasing. She understands the dangers of dying right now. It would be a disaster for her and her team. The stun comes onto the Void Spirit. The gyro is back again because why not? You can come back to GNA, almost dies, and he misses. Actually, she misses the simulate. That's why the Sand King doesn't take enough damage, survives, and YS will be the lone survivor from Mech. Such a big bloodbath game here, and the homing missed out. So going forward, it means that this time around, the fighting will finally stop.
And there is a shard on the gyrocopter, so that's all just so much magic damage coming out. And I think if you run it down, you might be considering really controlling the map right now, because gyrocopter, this magic build, it doesn't scale with any more damage. You know, you might get a Kaya, that would be nice, but it's basically the shard and the veil, and that's most of your damage. Once the enemy gets BKBs, that means that your damage also becomes very limited. Templar Assassin not going for BKB though, she's going for the death, so I don't know if I love this pick. I do think a BKB will help so much in this game. Meanwhile, Dawnbreaker, she is going to go for BKB, but still needs some time to get it. And of course, the Void Spirit, not the best BKB builder in the game. I mean, sorry, not an early BKB
definitely
builder.
not. Definitely not. But I'd say that Dire side, they're doing a good job.
They are. That's my team.
They are stopping the TA from farming. Whenever the TA is not attacking creeps, you're happy, because if you're just farming on both sides, the TA will definitely get ahead just because of the innate ability of the hero to farm fast. So that's why Run It Down are constantly running it down.
Yeah, and they see the ogre. They know exactly where ogre is because she just dewarded. Are they gonna go for more here? Who can they find? There's no.
You just need to see them now. You see them, the Aspen step there from GNA. getting herself out, leaves the Ether Remnant, but it's not gonna catch anyone, and the Ogre, poor guy, he will die. You know, that's 2 heads down, but in the end, it's only a position 5, and the 2,000 net worth hero going down, so Run It Down aren't gonna be too happy about it. Their ability to take Roche, not the greatest, so for now it seems like they're gonna stray away from it and jump in. They are going in on Nada, trying to get him, but they get the arrow onto the Gyrocopter. Still, the stun onto the Void Spirit. He is just dead, surrounded by so many heroes. No, he does survive. Nice astral step to the side. GNA trying to get herself out, and with the Assimilate will be successful at doing so. They need the Dawnbreaker to fight, but has the buyback. No Solar Guardian just yet. We'll have that in some time.
No, she used
without the hero.
She used the Solar Guardian at the beginning of that fight.
She used it.
Yeah, so that very unfortunate for her because not able to save anyone. And I think one of the problems for Meh is that their hero stats are kind of low. You know, like Mirana, not the tankiest hero. Void Spirit as well. Actually, he's pretty tanky in this game, but TA is not. So their heroes aren't able to sort of withstand the punishment coming out from Run Down. Whereas you look at the other side, you got Snapfire, you got Sand King, you got Tiny, and even this Gyrocopter's got 1900 HP with a hood. So a lot of the damage that Meh's dealing out just it's not really bring Run Down's heroes. GNA.
It is. Last of the Wilds. Oh, they get the stun there, and they have the stuns. Trying to get out. GNA, for now, she's gonna be alive, but not for long, they say. Now looking towards the Mirana, the princess is looking very dead as well. Turns herself into a pig, but sure, we're gonna eat that one. Not really thinking about the consequences of it. Nada gets the kill as well. That's 2 kills again into the hands of Run It Down. And Meh are just starting to struggle so much to keep doing anything on the map. You want to farm, and you're not being allowed to do so.
The BKBs will help, you know, like if they could get a BKB on TA, BKB on Dawnbreaker, they can stand. Like I don't think that there's a big, like Meh with the physical damage should be able to bring some people down, at least in the fight, turn it around. But it's just that they can't actually withstand any of the damage long enough to kill people. With BKB, that'll help. Bomb lane, Dawnbreaker, just be a little bit careful here. And check out the map, by the way. All tier 1s taken by Run Down. Meh only taking the top tier 1. That's about it. Mid and bottom still
that tier,
fairly healthy.
That tier 2 falling as well is gonna be an issue because Run It Down, they're continuing to constantly look for fights, and not having your outposts ready as an access point to a potential fight is gonna make it even harder for Meh to do anything. You want at least the mid lane tower down so that you can secure the Roche, but it's just not possible for them. They're weak at this point, and this TA, she needs a BKB. There's no doubt about it. If we see a blink onto YS, I think they're not gonna have much chance to fight to Run It Down in this game whatsoever.
We've seen that maybe the Dawnbreaker's BKB, like maybe that'll be enough for her to tank. She's gonna have BKB in the next fight. Like that could be sort of enough for the Dawnbreaker to go in, absorb as much damage as she can. TA comes in, cleans house. I agree with you though. I prefer the BKB myself. But there is some merit to the Blink Dagger. And she might be actually going for the BKB. She already bought the Mithril Hammer, so she might be switching it around.
Makes sense. I think even her teammates are gonna be like, yo girl, you need to be the front line. You need to be surviving because none of us can do so. You need to give us vision. And then the Solar Guardian, of course, with the jumps of the Void Spirit in, they can turn the fight around. Of course, Run It Down, they still have the potential of killing you from under to 0. That's why they're in a smoke. Who is missing out of that smoke is the Tiny on the top lane, who's already setting things up. The Void Spirit with the Astral Step gets herself out. But let's see for how long. The Haste Rune is there. He's running like the wind. Oh man, was that close. GNA in the trees, and with the Assimilate will be fine. That rocket will still hurt, but in the grand scheme of things, it won't really matter.
That's even if it lands, maybe it won't. Look at that, outrunning the rocket. Well, still takes it in the end. It's fine though. That was at least some decent farm for the TA as well as the Void Spirit. And that's what they're doing. You know, Dawnbreaker, she's got the BKB. Now, we've seen her kind of be very hesitant in these fights. She's also got the shard as well. So they're just... Dawnbreaker shouldn't be able to fall very easily in these fights. We'll see if Run Down...
Right clicks from the...
Surprise Run Down aren't going for the Roshan. Oh, this Gyrocopter. Arrow lands.
Arrow. They're thinking about it. You have to jump into the smoke screen. You still don't have that BKB on the TA, so you're unsure if you can do anything there. The miss chance is always gonna be an issue for you. Oh, man, these homing missiles, they're really annoying for sure. I can see the pain of meh. They definitely don't like what they're seeing around the map. But good thing though, the Dawnbreaker does manage to get some split push going on the bottom lane, and forcing out TPs from the enemies is gonna be the name of the game for now.
Yeah, it's pretty good actually what they're doing. Run it down. They actually have great lockdown, but Meh is just playing it very well. Like they are dodging these fights. They're leaving before things happen. The cores are still getting something out of here. TA is kind of keeping up with the gyrocopter, Dawnbreaker, as well as the voice breath, a bit behind the other cores, but it's not too bad. However, this DD Ruin makes it feel like either Roshan or the Barracks are within reach if they want to really push for it. We'll see. They go for it. I'm surprised Randall's not going for Roshan. Am I crazy, or do you think that they are being a bit too careful?
Aegis with that one, and now you're all gonna get punished because YS is just hiding in the shadows, ready to destroy everyone with the magic damage. But the Ghost Scepter there, where's your BKB? You don't have it, then you will die. The jump from the Tiny actually makes space for the rest of the team to try to do something, but you are too deep. You are too deep. They need to get out, and they're not gonna be allowed to do so. The Grandma is the only one left. She lives to see her grandkids die, and that is still not gonna be a good thing for her. Even though she survives, it is gonna be 4 heroes dead with only 2 heroes of Meh going down.
That was really good by Matt. Although, to be honest, Run down a little over aggressive there with the jump, trying to not take the tower. They're just sort of going for kills. Like you said, they're running down. They're bloodthirsty, but maybe it was the move to go for Roshan. I still think that they were a little bit too careful for running down. Man, now they have the BKBs on 2 of their heroes, and Void Spirit, JNA, she's very close to her BKB as well. At this point, Meh, like they cut the network deficit from what, 7k to 3k, and they took some map control back as well.
Yep, for sure. It is a big deal now. Finally, there is a BKB on the TA. That's gonna change things a lot. You know, you saw in that last fight, the second the gyro came close to the TA, it was the problem. But they're not gonna stop. It doesn't matter. We gave you a few seconds to feel safe, and we're immediately just gonna destroy you. The poor belly of the ogre will get absolutely demolished by this tree that the Tiny is carrying. And now they're just taking the outpost and are probably gonna continue running around the map.
Yeah, but Tiny used the BKB in that fight for kind of reason. That was the 8-second BKB just to kill an Ogre Magi. I think, honestly, for Meh, they're happy with that. They're like, yeah, sure, thank you for using your BKB. We appreciate it. I'm a bit surprised by that happening, honestly.
It's about sending a message.
Ah, yes, like we're not scared of you. We don't care about your BKB. We're just gonna kill you naturally. I see. That makes sense.
And you know, later on she's gonna have the Daedalus, so a 6-second BKB is gonna be more than enough for her to kill everyone, and that is what they're looking to do. They're trying to kill everyone, but no one from the side of Meh will stay on the map, at least not for now. They are on the bottom lane now, so might be a part of the map that Run It Down wants to go for. Or Otomo, will they go for the safe play? Will they finally listen to you?
I'm glad they are going for Roche. I feel like they kind of needed it in the last push. This time they're playing it careful. Yeah, there was a trap. Run It Down knows that it's happening. Sorry, Meh knows that it's happening. But are they really going to contest? Doesn't seem like it. They're not even. They might smoke now. Are they going to go? They need to be really quick. Roche is down to about quarter HP and going down fast.
They are quick though,
Arrow
coming
last.
over. The arrow will connect onto the gyro. Can they finish him off? That's a lot of damage taken away if you can, but with the Mortimer's kisses now jumping into the Roche pit, the Slower Guardian will be there. Roche is down. Where's the Aegis? The Fallen X gets it, but it's only support. Now going in. The Star Breaker breaks all of them. Can you break the mountain as well? He turns around and smacks that Ogre Magi, but his BKB running low. Now they're gonna be fighting Fallen X. You came back to this life just to die again. Epicenter going to YS. Can he finish the job? No, they cannot, because this TA is just way too tanky for the Sand King to finish off all on her own. And now the Sand King is looking very much that the Celestial Hammer should be enough damage, and Le just calls back her hammer and finishes off the Sand King as well. The Roach going down. Sure, the TA lineup doesn't get it, but meh, are back in this game and might just be in the driver's seat after that fight.
Dude, like, I'm glad they went for Roshan, but that might have been something you wanted to do the first push. The second push, yeah, the arrows landing on them. Dude, Kang lands an arrow on the gyrocopter, and they are up against the Solar Guardian, which was easy for them to land because GNA just dives in. So you get this perfect Solar Guardian on the team, and only one person on Run Down has a BKB because, well, Sand King doesn't really want to build it too early, and Gyrocopter went for a magic damage build, so she's not getting the BKB early as well. It's only the Tiny, so they are suffering from these lack of BKBs.
The arrows have definitely been an issue. I can. And we're back.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm watching it from the Wemix, and on the Wemix, I'm seeing Q just smack down the tower. There is nothing they could do to stop her, and you know, even without the Aegis, they're coming over. They want this tower dead. The Bloodlust is there, but even the Bloodlust the tower. Okay, now it's gonna be doing a lot of damage with the Glyph there as well. Q needs to be very careful. He doesn't have that much armor. If the TA commits, it's gonna be a problem. GNA has that BKB, but it's gonna be expiring soon. She understands the dangers. They get the sleep onto the Mirana. They're gonna have the stuns. The Yules is gonna be there just for the second. Nice Yules from the Sand King, dodging the stun, dodging the damage there from the TA.
Oh,
Q
Dawnbreaker's
goes to
here.
the side. He needs to get out, but the Dawnbreaker is in. The Starbreaker again. This hero just does way too much, and YS starting to clean up. Did you bully me? Did you bully me for the entirety of the game? Well, she has gotten bigger and stronger and is not gonna be bullied any longer.
Yeah, now it's very hard for Dante to actually take fights. We can see like Tiny is sort of their only, I don't want to say core, but he's sort of the only one who can really go in and do this big physical damage. Gyrocopter's magic build is not turning out the way they wanted to, and Sand King's also just fell down early in that fight. And I mean, the Ricky support we talked about from the start, saying we don't like it. It's gonna be a bit hard for Run Down, but they do have good team fight. Like if they can get a good jump by Sand King, Mortar Burst Kisses, call down, they have a lot they can work with. Q.
Dead. Dead.
That's 75
not-
seconds.
Tower has fallen.
Yep, 75 without buyback. She's not gonna be doing much around the map. Not a lot of crushing, not a lot of jumping in. Being caught there off guard right next to your base. And know so many high ground pushes from Run It Down, but only one from Meh is gonna do the trick. The tier 3 is already down, or is it? They defend it for now.
Yeah,
In the end, it does fall to the Illusions.
out of the two teams, I do think Run Down has the better high ground defense with the Sand King. Just you can Sandstorm stand there. You can see. Oh, Jay, what the hell was that?
That was a pre-click, very nicely done, but she still does have a BKB with the Simulate going in onto the Snapfire. Snapfire will get fourth tapped out, so the Fallen X is looking like she will survive. Le with the Starbreaker going for the Gyro. That's your carry you have to protect him, but they are way too deep. They are gonna be aware of that and will get themselves out for now. They finish off the Raxes. It seems like these smoke clouds from the Ricky are just being way too annoying. Then the Sleeping Dart is there. Now coming in. Nice stun. A double one onto two of the cores. Can they finish off YS? No, she uses the BKB, turns around and fights the Void Spirit, survives as well. Goes with the Astral Step to the side. Can the Ricky finish the job? No. The answer is going to be no. Everyone is just dying. Where is their Tiny to assist with the stars dropping down on the Snapfire and ending her life? It's going to be a full 5-man wipe with the Tiny coming back to life just now, but nothing that she can do to change the outcome of these fights.
Well, she can still get rid of these creeps, but looks like this Rax. Can she actually defend it? Q trying to force them back, but no, she just can't. You have to give them away. You have no one on your team to help you. But at least it's just gonna be the mid Rax. They're not gonna be able to go for more because they have the 2 tier 2s up. And that jump on the TA, so close to bringing her down. It's like a little bit of that damage that they needed.
Maybe they needed the homing missile to be used a little bit preemptively and to connect. But you never know. You thought that was an opening. You see it as a Sand King. You have to go for it. So nice attempt coming out from her, but in the end, it's not going to be enough. Now with the 10k gold lead, this TA is finally in a position that she wants to be in. The second Roche, once it comes, it is going to be an issue for Run It Down for sure.
And we went from an 86% win rate for Run It Down to 86% win rate for Meh. So it's still not over. This is a big lead though. 10,000 Run It Down. They do smoke. Their team fight is still very impressive if they can get it going. Problem is you're up against a Dawnbreaker who has 2 forms of Magic Immunity and TA as well, and even the Void Spirit has a BKB. So all 3 cores. You can just be magically dodge all your damage. You're gonna have to kill the supports and then sort of hope the BKBs run out in time. Ogre Magic.
I think this position 5 Riki is gonna have to do work.
Right?
It's tough, you know. You have to sleep a lot of people. You have to run around the fight. I'm actually surprised she didn't go for a Meteor Hammer. I think it would have been much more impactful than the Yasha.
It's kind of like they're feeling they lack physical damage, I guess. Because I agree with you. They're like, I prefer the Meteor Hammer on the Riki, but I mean, as the support Riki, but at the same time, you have like Gyrocopter magic damage and Sand King magic damage, and BKB is already countering all their lineup, so they need some physical. I'm guessing they're looking at the position 5 Riki and they're like, hey, listen, can you build physical damage? Because we really need it.
If someone wants to ruin your analyst career, just clip that. I like Meteor Hammer more on the Riki than the Yasha, you know. So
yes,
and just cut it there and be like, okay, what the hell is this guy talking about? But yeah, in this game in particular, I would have loved to see it. The Riki pushing out the waves that way, also having the Meteor Hammer definitely would have made their high ground sieges much easier. Though they had a different plan. Their plan was, we are gonna jump into the backlines, into enemy tier 4s, just assert dominance. But meh, they were having none of it. They defended the high ground pretty convincingly, and now they are the ones in the lead. We'll see what the side of Run It Down can do to change this one for now, but they don't have their map control any longer. Oh, Sand King?
Oh no, they go forward.
Fallen X is dead. But now they know where the Sand King is as well. If you want to continue chasing, you most definitely can against the Blessings. Trying to find the Sand King will not be successful at doing so.
You call Strangers pretty brave. Despite having she had the Blink Dagger and a Burst Strike, but she didn't use it to sort of go in the trees more. She's like, nah, they're not gonna find me. I'm confident. The meantime, Dawnbreaker's level 25 has a double tap. And oh, Last of the Wilds. Oh dear.
Arrow? Only connects on the Sand King, so Last of the Wild still in a problem. This Gyro trying to survive will be successful at doing so. Turns around with the Veil of Discord. Oh, Mirana just gone. Those arrows have been a big nuisance. Now, Dawnbreaker in a bit of trouble, surrounded by 3 heroes, surrounded by 3 cores, uses the BKB. Is Leia gonna go back? Nada jumps in. The Lotus Lord protecting her, and look at the heals because that hero is just not OP at all. GNA comes over. Sand King is looking to die. We're looking at the Gyro and Q just running away from here. And the Sand King, she does manage to survive that one in the end. Q finds the kill on Le. It's gonna be beautiful there, no matter what kind of hero you're playing. If we outmaneuver you, if we outplay you, you will die.
Massive kill, like absolutely massive. They were able to get the Dawnbreaker at the end. That's 90 seconds without, sorry, 80 seconds now without Dawnbreaker. She does have buyback and she does have the ultimate, so she can just show up if she needs to. Q feels like Aged against Blessings is nearby. She's like, my spider sense tells me she's here, but didn't chase long enough. No Roshan for another minute, and unfortunately by then all of Meh will be up. So Run It Down. That was mostly just stemming the bleeding. It doesn't seem like it's gonna lead to like any objective, any Roche, any buildings. Still, it's better than what was happening before.
Yeah, for sure. At least the lead isn't increasing for Meh. So Run It Down. They've been able to stop that, but it is still not looking so great. Meh are probably gonna be targeting the second Roche, and we are already seeing lines being drawn there.
By the way, Check out what Sand King is building. She's going for the Radiance on the Sand King, so huge amount of AoE damage. There are no MKBs coming out from Mess side. I believe that Dawnbreaker, when she's magic imbued, Starbreaker and BK, she won't care about the Radiance, but still, it's an interesting way of reducing damage. Even the Snapfire going for the Wraith Pact. So the name of the game for Run It Down is we want to reduce their damage as much as possible. I like it, but we'll see how that works out.
You know, especially when the TA is attacking you, you have the more evasion on you. It used to be 17% on the Radiance, now it's 10% on the burn, but you have some evasion for yourself. So the Sand King is gonna be able to stand deep and actually survive the damage from the TA. The damage from the Dawnbreaker, well, not so much, but I don't really see a hero in this game that is gonna be happy while being destroyed by the Starbreaker.
Another thing is also at level 25, Sand King gets the Sandstorm Blind, 35%. You put that with the evasion. The Sand King's got a Blast Rig as well. So assuming there are no BKBs or the BKBs get timed out, the Sand King is kind of immortal against physical damage, basically.
Yeah, if you get to
Here we
level
go.
25,
Q.
you're gonna need some time. You going in, BKB early usage, Kang. Moonlight Shadow will be there. The Goddess Elimine will protect them. The arrow coming through, it is gonna connect. A perfect one yet again. Oh, the YS just destroys them. Q, where's your BKB? Oh, you just used it. No, they do get the E-Blade there onto Q. It's looking like she might be able to get herself away. No, the Lotus Orb returns the stun, but Stranger already has the BKB herself. Last of the Wilds gets bashed. That Starbreaker will be doing a ton of damage. Another bash coming over the Blast Rig onto White Cool Stranger is going to help him survive. The arrow again flying through. It's not going to be connecting, but the Princess Mirana really wants the skill. Mules there will be onto the Gyro with the Ether Element connecting. That's a dead Gyrocopter. The Riki bought back, but how much can she actually do? Trying to find something. Wants to sleep someone. Roche is there. It's going to be a great target, but GNA still chasing for Stranger. She wants that Sand King dead. She knows the dangers of a potential stun and taking away their Aegis, but at least they zone her away, and that is gonna be a free Roche with 4 kills on top for the side of Matt.
And a Shard as well. Who are they going to give it to? Generally, I would say that. Well, looks like it's just going to be the TA. Greedy carries as usual. Everything is for them. I wouldn't have mind seeing the Ogre Magi with the Shard. The Aghanim, the Fire Shield is just so good in basically every game, really. But yeah, they do give it to the TA. You get the silence on the trap, which is pretty nice, as well as more traps.
You know, if you're the TA, you're thinking, my refractions are superior to your crappy spell.
That's
you know?
true.
So
That's true.
get the hell away from me and just allow me to silence the enemies. We don't want to let them speak. If anyone tries to open their mouths next to a trap, they're just gonna be biting their tongue.
It's like, shut your trap, right? You know?
Yeah, literally, that is what's gonna happen. Nada though, the smoke screens have been an issue before, but now with the Blink Dagger, YS is gonna be going for that tower. The damage being done is nice, but look at Matt, they are disciplined compared to Run It Down, who have been playing a really solid game. They still weren't disciplined when it came to the high ground, and that caused them, are not gonna make the same mistake.
Yeah, this is really the two difference between the teams. Because honestly, oh well, are they gonna go for backs? No, Run It Down. I think they played really well at the beginning. They have a very unorthodox stuff. Oh, JNN, what the hell?
Jumped into the stun and now might actually go down as the BKB though. It wasn't even close. They didn't do enough damage. If the Avalanche had connected though, that might have been a kill, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not gonna happen. So, you know, what if we're gonna play that game some other time?
This might give Run It Down a chance if they go for the Void Spirit. They're like, all right, Void Spirit guys, the BKB is down. Doesn't have a ton of armor with that Shiva. It could be an opportunity for them here. Look at those refraction charges just melting when you are up against the Sand King Sandstorm.
That's always gonna happen. You get sand in your mouth, in your eyes. The refraction charges, they're not gonna be doing much. They're thinking about what they should do. They still have one outer tower to take on the bottom lane. Might be the approach coming out from Meh, because they have been disciplined thus far, and it seems like these girls, they're not gonna be changing their tactic.
If what I'm thinking about a lot is whether the Sand King is gonna go for the Radiance first, or if she's gonna save for buyback, because she's very close to the Radiance, but you cannot have that and the buyback. The buyback's gonna cost her like 1,500 gold. There's no way you can get both in time. I mean, at least it doesn't seem like you'll have both in time. I would think that maybe you want to go for Radiance, try burst someone down, but it's like you could use buyback, throw your life away, force a BKB, come back, use a big epicenter. It'll be very exciting to see what the Sand King can do in this game. All eyes really on the Sand King right now.
I think, considering that Run It Down showed a lot of, courage running into the enemy base.
Sorry,
Okay.
Sand King was
Radiant's
teleporting.
bottom
Sorry,
tower
that's Sand
is
King.
under
Tiny was
attack.
teleporting right as the arrow came. Dodged by the skin of her teeth. You were saying, Saya.
No worries, no worries. Arrow did almost connect there, but yeah, I saw no cowardice, no fear in the eyes of Run It Down. So, who says for buybacks? Cowards. So, for sure,
She's going
I think
for
if
it.
the career can get, yeah, of course, she's going for it. See, I told you.
By the way, Run It Down doing a very nice job of just pushing out the lanes. They're sending their invisible people forward, the Tiny as well as the Sand King, and this getting those lanes pushed out, getting some gold at it. And no, stranger!
She does have a buyback though, so it should be okay. But Sand King is a big part of the high ground defense. Led just without vision, just you're constantly swinging your hammer around and you're hoping someone would die. And to be honest, it's not too far away from that. The smoke screen is still being super annoying as
Backdoor
well
protection.
as these arrows. Protection is there. Where are your creeps? The arrow does not connect. Now jumping in from GNA. The Floor Guardian will be there coming in to assist their team. The Sand King is still coming over, but the Mirana almost dead. The Princess will survive. Protecting your Princess, protecting your royalty is very important because without them, why would you even fight? Nice Lotus Orb removing the sleep
Ages and
immediately.
30
Nada,
seconds.
where's your smoke screen? Oh, that's not a good position for the smoke screen. It's gonna allow them to go for their axes. They still weren't able to take those. The Avalanche is gonna be amazing, but they still have the Aegis. Even if you kill her once, she will be back. Wyckoff Changer very low, but the Real Scepter will be surviving. Q taking so much damage. The Starbreaker is destroying everyone, but she is still alive. Turns around to fight those. There's no running away from this one, but in the end still dies. Now the sleep onto the TA. The Glimmer Cave will keep her alive for now. Trying to survive the buyback from the Tiny. She wants to fight. She wants to go in, but the axe is still intact. Even with a 20k goal lead, the base of Run It Down will not fall.
And that's actually a pretty big win for Run It Down because they took down the Aegis from the TA. She was down to about like 20 seconds when she fell, but they still managed to go in. Sand King will have the Radiance in the next fight, which gives them a big opening. And very close to that level 25. 25 Sand King is a big deal because there's no MKB on the Radiant side. They do have gold for it if they want to go for it on the TA. And check out Dawnbreaker. She's sitting at 7,000 gold, like just in her pocket. That's what she's got.
Just so much gold though, all around the map. Ogre in trouble. Kang in trouble as well. They need to get themselves out of there, and it seems like all three of the heads will remain on their respective bodies, which means Run It Down. They were fast to go into the enemy triangle, but Meh are not gonna get caught off guard while their Void Spirit is dead.
And Sand King still wants to get that talisman. I'm surprised she's not selling like the Quelling Blade just to get it, but yeah, she'll have it right now. Sand, fire. Seems like a very uncomfortable place to be once she gets that Radiance with the Sandstorm. Meanwhile, we haven't talked a lot about Q on the Tiny. She's been doing work this game. She's got the Silver Edge, the Echo Saber. She's got the Moonshot as well. Looks like she wants to build the Swift Blink just so you get that insane amount of attack speed when you jump in. And she's really been keeping them alive in terms of with her physical damage. There's the Radiance. Been waiting for this the whole game.
The Radiance comes out. The Sand King is also level 24, so the talent that you were looking forward to seeing, we're actually in territory where it will be there soon. But this TA is still looking like the strongest hero of the map. The Tiny, I'm not sure about the Moonshard build. You went for the Echo Saber, then into the Moonshard.
Yeah.
I would have preferred an AC.
Same.
He is dying too much to the physical damage.
Wraith Pack coming out from the Snapfire. So this damage mitigation strategy from Run It Down is going to be all up. You're going to have the Wraith Pack, the Radiance, the Blast Rig, possibly the Sandstorm Town. Like there's a lot of damage mitigation they've been working towards, and it'll all come forward it will all come online in the next fight. 30 seconds for us to find out how long Roche is going to respawn. There's a smoke coming out from Meh, but they're not really going to find him. Everyone's on the other side of the map. Meantime, Gyrocopter's got the Shiva's Guard, so that's nice. Slowing, providing attack speed slow for all the enemies. That's going to be very helpful for them.
So you casted the FSL before.
Yes.
Do we sometimes get some mean girl vibes? Oh, you're so good at Dota, and then they crush you and something like that. But we're gonna have to hold that thought because Meh is coming over into the enemy triangle with a Moonlight Shadow. Ricky's there to break it. Okay, actually, she is the one that gets completely broken by the TAYS. Is godlike, and the rest of Run It Down. They have to get themselves away. They found the grandma. They found the one that needs to lead all them with the start with the Solar Guardian coming over. Waifu Stranger goes for the Yules, will be surviving there. The arrow will not connect, needs to use the BKB, the bash. There is no bash coming out from Le.
Did she has an Abyssal Blade. Surprised she didn't. Maybe it was on cooldown or something, I didn't see, but alright. Sand King makes it out. It has the buyback either way, so it's not too big of a deal. But your supports are down from Run Down. And no, I think that all the teams have been really pretty awesome with each other so far. So, we'll see. Oh, Sand King is dropping!
Nice.
He's going!
Oh, he jumps into the Ether Remnant and just dies. That's such a big mistake coming out from her. Doesn't have a buyback if she wants to come back. But look at this TA just destroying everyone. The backdoor protection is there. Creeps, though, are going to be there in no time. They say to their heroes, we're coming to help you. And YS looks at them and thinks, I need no help from no creeps. Q goes in. The Avalanche is going to be there. Ether Remnant not going to connect because of the BKB, but nothing she can do because she's still dying. The trap will be there. YS says, my bad, but who the hell cares? Just force her in. She is strong enough to fight anyone right now. And there, you can see Le get her hammer back. She is worthy. Let's see if they can go forward more. Last of the Wild in a bit of trouble. She gets stunned up before using the E-Blade. You need to use that one on yourself to survive, but not going to be happening. 2 buybacks already. The Sand King can come back into the fight. And finally, she decides to do so. She was like, you girls got it. I can rest a little bit. But no, they can't do it. They need the Sand King there in the fight. The homing missile does not connect, and GNA is out. They've taken the second lane of Rax and will play it safe, pinging out the Roche with Gaben, giving them the DD as well.
That was interesting communication coming out from her. I thought that the Sand King would sort of buy back much earlier to help Q. Q kind of maybe thought the same because she went in. Sand King, like you said, the big mistake was jumping into the Aether Remnant, loses her life very early. And one of the things I would have liked about the Salt Cuirass was you saw just now when the Tiny and the TA fought, Tia was just chunking her, just every hit was like taking out 20% of her HP. The Moonshot doesn't help you with that, but an Assault Cuirass with that, 15 armor, 20 armor, I don't know how much exactly, it's a ton of armor, you could have survived with that. So,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, don't like this Moonshot build much by the Tiny. On the other hand, she does have an insane amount of armor naturally, though.
Now, DNA goes onto the gyro, pulls her in. Look at us while we destroy you, and Last of the Wilds will do so. But she will not get destroyed just yet. Yep, Roche is up, and where's the DD? It was there just a second ago.
And maybe it's in the bar. No, it's just gone. Someone must have taken it.
Maybe it disappeared. Maybe they didn't take it up until minute 52.
Yep, just went away. And that's it, Roche down. And who's gonna take the Aegis? Of course, it's gonna be the TA. Greedy, as always. It's not bad though. It's a solid scepter. Doesn't feel like it's helping you this much in this game though, because it's more of a split pushing scepter. I would have given it, of course, to the Ogre Magi, or even the Mirana's pretty good as well.
I think what you're trying to say, if I was playing this game, I would take it away myself if I was the Ogre Magi. But now, Tiny got hexed up. Most likely will be going down. They need to use the BKBs there to go through that mischance, and he does that. Now going for the gyro. If she dies as well, it's going to be disastrous. Trying to fight him off. Going to be with the going in with the E-Blade. Do they have anything to finish her off? There's rounds to fight. Last of the Wilds finds still death. Gets the stun off. The Fallen X in the backlines. Gets into the fountain as well. They're going to be escaping. They can't kill the Sand King is just way too strong right now in the Sandstorm, trying with Ether Emerald.
Okay,
It's
they're
gonna
killing
be on the
Sand
wrong side. No one cares. Even with your blast tricks, we're gonna blast you to hell. That's 2 cores without buybacks, and the last lane of Rax is gonna be exposed in a second. What can the Gyro do? The scary Gyro with the magic damage build needs to be able to do something, or it's gonna be all over. Nada, the stun onto the Riki. This position 5 Riki just hasn't lived up to the hype. They're going for the last of the wilds. Last of the wilds held the late to protect herself, but all of her teammates are gone. Now the grandma is back, but there's nothing she can do apart from shoot. But no one cares about your small gun. You're gonna be needing something bigger to fight against us, and Meh will get the victory in this game, going forward and run it down, dropping to the lower bracket.
Yep, congratulations to Meh making it like that. I mean, that was not a Meh performance. That was a really good performance. They're gonna go up against JYJ Warriors in the next game, and unfortunately for Run It Down, they got run down themselves. You know, that is not what they expected to happen. It was a very interesting draft, going with the supports, Ricky, the magic damage on the gyrocopter, but in the end, it just that was called. Honestly, it all came down to a one Roche fight. That first, not Roche fight, sorry, the first high ground push, Run It Down, a little too eager. Q jumps past the tower, gets caught. Having an Aegis could have helped. Then they went for the Aegis, but it was a little too late. Then their advantage went from, what was it, like something like 9 or 8k down to 3. Then Meh could take the fight. Roshan got the fight, won the Roshan fight. At that point, they were in complete control of the game. So well played by them. Very impressive by Meh.
Yeah, for sure. Though I have to say, this is the reason I'm not the biggest fan of best of ones. You know, they don't represent the real strength. In my mind, Run It Down played this game better. They just went a little bit too aggressive for my taste when going up the hill.
Well, the good thing is that we're not done with them like we are going to the lower bracket after this. We're going to see Run It Down versus For the Gang. So we are going to continue the story. I hope that, is it weird that you root for a team? You kind of don't want to. We're non-biased people, naturally. We have no bias here. But after a good performance by Run Down, I want to see them go a little bit further in the tournament. Not just one game, you know, like 2 losses and that's it, they're out.
There is no such thing as a non-biased caster. You know, you are, if you really try to hear, you're gonna hear it then there, and of course you're gonna be biased. You predicted to Run It Down, so it only makes sense that once they start losing, you start crying and think like, how can I, as an analyst, be wrong and my play-by-play caster be right? But it happens.
Yeah, it does. It does happen. I mean, it's fine, but it was really good by Meh. I mean, the way they held the high ground was very impressive. It just looked like everything was going to go against them, and yet they still managed to pull out the victory. That's the first game of the tournament of the stream so far. We have 3 more coming up for you guys. We're going to take a bit of a longer break, about like 15 minutes before we're going to come back with the next game. I'm Otomo. Join me as Harry Freak. We'll be back with you guys with the lower bracket, and we'll see you guys in just a little bit. Hello and welcome back to Game 2 of the FSL Open, where we just saw Meh versus Run It Down. Run It Down had a great game early on, but then Meh would just beat them when it came to a high ground push. Now we're going to go to the lower bracket. We'll see how far Run It Down can go. They're going against For The Gang, who's also lost their match. I'm Otomo, joining me is Harry Freak. How are you feeling, Harry Freak? How was the break?
The break was fine. Pretty much the same as right now, you and me talking to each other. I just couldn't see your face, so that was the downside of it, but still quite nice, looking forward to the games. When coming into the tournament, I didn't know what to expect. I kind of read a little bit about the teams, but I didn't know how good they were, so I was pretty nicely surprised about what we saw in the previous game. I really liked how Run It Down played their draft, even though it was weird. They did a solid job, and I would tell anyone who hasn't watched that game to actually go back and watch the video, because that was pretty cool to see. And I want to see now how they do in the lower bracket. It's gonna be under pressure. Will they play with the same flair, or will they just kick it back a notch?
Well, before we go to the graph, I want to make sure everyone knows what's going on. This is the Dota 2 FSL Wildcard. The winner here qualifies to the Elite. They'll be joining 3 other teams where they compete for a $5,000 Singaporean dollar prize pool. It's an all-women tournament featuring women from Southeast Asia as well as the Oceanic regions. And I think the draft is actually underway, so we can go into that and see what we're working with. I definitely agree with you that Run It Down I love the draft that they went with. I can't say I love it. I love that it was unique. I can't say I really loved the Ricky 5, but at least it was unique. It was exciting to watch. You don't see that every day. In the meantime, though, Run It Down, they banned the Bristleback. I believe they banned it in game 1 as well. Whereas for the gang, they banned the Coddle. Coddle seemed like he was a lot more popular before. Now it's kind of a little bit more sporadic. We don't see him in every game like we used to.
It's always gonna be that way. I feel like with the Coddle, the hero comes in, suddenly the clock works, the spirit starts being played, the hero gets taken away, people forget about the spirits a little bit, he comes back, and so on and so forth. That is I guess something that the hero is gonna have to deal with. In competitive games, the hero is not as powerful as in pubs, because in pubs, if you are unsure of how to deal with him, if you don't have multiple heroes just to jump him, you're gonna be in trouble. In competitive games, where we are right now, where it is the hero is not that strong, but For The Gang seems like they don't want to be playing against it.
And they also get rid of the key of the puck as well. So they just like Q was Tiny last game, played more of as a carry Tiny from the mid lane. We saw Last of the Wilds go for the magic gyro with which is a bit weird as a carry gyro. We usually see the physical damage, but no, she went for the ethereal blade, the veil, the shard. And For The Gang, they start with Marcy. Hey, this is a hero we don't see very often, right, Harry Freak?
Yeah, for sure. So the Marcy comes out, the cute helper of the Princess of the Moon. We saw the Mirana in the previous game for Run It Down. Let's see if they're gonna be using it against the Marcy, and can she actually raise her hand, her very strong hand. It doesn't look that way, but this girl can punch. So let's see if Run It Down will be going for the Mirana yet again. As far as I remember, they did pick it in the first phase. No, actually, the first phase was the Gyro and the Ricky.
Yeah, it was Gyro and Ricky because I believe because Matt took the Mirana in their opening pick.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
You're right. Let's see what Run Down is going to go with. They banned the Dawnbreaker. Last game kind of ran through them with that. However, to be completely fair, For The Gang, not quite the same level as the previous, as Meh was, at least in terms of what publicly is revealed. So we'll see if Run Down... Oh, there you go. They do take Mirana first. And who did they pair it up with? They paired up with the Shadow. Oh my God! It's 2015. It is. This is this SD Mirana combo from 2015.
I know you want to be nostalgic before the world went to shit, but no, it's 2022. I'm sorry to take it away from you. Yeah, we all know that the world went to shit because this combo wasn't played as much later on, but yeah, they're bringing it back, so it might actually fix all of our problems. The Jugger comes out. Marcy and the Juggernaut, that already feels like a formidable lane, but when it comes to killing, Run It Down, they are ready.
However, there's a couple of things that also have changed. Since 2000, in the last 7 years, a couple of things have changed. One of them is that we don't see tri-lanes very often. Before we would see like the Shadi Mirana as a combo because they tri-lane with someone else. But now it's like Shadi and Mirana, maybe they'll be able to couple of times rotate together in the same lane, but they won't be holding hands like they used to. And I will say that if you are going up against this combo, Juggernaut and Marcy are fantastic to have. Juggernaut can spin to block the arrow if anyone else is caught. Marcy, if someone gets stunned with the arrow, you can just toss them away. So I like the opening by Run It Down, but I think For the Gang already counted it pretty well.
I mean, if you're the Mirana, I'm pretty sure you can do better than hold hands with the Shadow Demon. Just so many other beautiful heroes in Dota. I'd guess you'd skip out on this demon guy.
Nah, he's dateable. Look at him. He's got a red head. He's got chains. I guess maybe he chains you down. You can't run away from him. You're like, all right, I guess I'm dating him. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, so if you were gonna date, let's play. If you're gonna date any guy, any guy from Dota, who would you date?
Dire team ban.
Pretty sure my girlfriend is gonna be watching the stream,
Yes,
so
that's for her.
I'm gonna skip the question.
Oh man,
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Now you're leaving me hang. Fine,
Radiant
fine.
team ban.
So it's Slardar probably. That's why you want to say like the shape of water. In the meantime of time, those Slardar does get banned, and For the Gang they ban out a couple of carries here, the Medusa and the PA. PA can jump away from the Juggernaut during Omni Slash, makes it a very hard target. And Medusa in general is just
10
very
seconds
tanky. And For the Gang, they look like they're not going to go for mana burn. Juggernaut
5
can get
seconds
Diffusal,
remaining.
but not like the
Dire
Anti-Mage.
team ban.
No Invoker mid. And Nyx Assassin is just not a hero right now.
They banned out the Storm here. So considering you have a Shadow Demon Mirana, I kind of feel like you do have okay catch for the Storm, and the hero just isn't that powerful right now.
Agreed.
But considering that Run It Down are constantly running into their enemy's face, maybe they don't want to be running into
5
Remnants. It is
seconds
quite a lot of damage that you have to deal with. But the Storm Spirit isn't really that big of a hero right now.
I agree. It is a little bit interesting to see sort of Run It Down being like, yeah, we don't want to go, but possibly For the Gang, RR could be just an amazing Storm Spirit player. So they're like, yeah, we just don't want to deal with that. So that would be fair for them.
Radiant team
And we are down. There you go. Anti-Mage comes out as the last man. So For the Gang really targeting Last of the Wilds with this. They just do not want her to have a carry she's comfortable with. Run It Down. They're going for the Spirits, though. They realize that they're locked down. I know you said it's pretty good, but to be honest, getting the Shadow Demon Disruption can be a bit difficult, especially if these guys have a Lincoln Sphere.
There'll be some time before that one, but yeah, sure, Run It Down. What's it gonna be? They did get rid of the spirits here, Slardar being banned out. I guess the Anti-Mage ban came because of the Slardar ban, though, Anti-Mage not really the best of heroes right now. They go for the Shadow Shaman. You talked about the core Mirana. This might be the one that we're seeing, so might see a Shadow Demon Mirana lane, a Shadow Shaman Mirana lane. Both of those can work, and both of those are really good setups for the arrow.
Yeah, this is a bit weird. And Mars comes out. Look at For the Gang. They got all the beefy boys. Grimstor comes out. That's just not much of a combo, right? Can you even double what you call it? Dispose? Because I don't know, the Mars and Juggernaut give you nothing. I'm not sure if you can double dispose or not. I don't think I've seen that. But all right. Lots of good control for the Gang.
remaining.
Lots of mobility, rebound, Inkswell. Tanky boys.
5 seconds
Liking
remaining.
the draft a lot from For the Gang right now.
Well, in my mind, it's the kind of draft that can always play Dota. You
Yes.
have strong lanes, you have solid spells, you have solid team fight. Even if you fall behind, there is a good chance that you can get a kill with the spear into Inkswell or spin Inkswell or whatever.
Got a couple of heals.
I'm liking the draft. The problem I see with this draft, if you fall behind and you actually can't get the kill or the Shadow Demon saves someone, that is when you know that you're in trouble. So that is with drafts like this, sometimes your spirit can be crushed even though the game might not be over.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I fully agree. I see the Shadow Demon save, like you. That's another thing that I was thinking about. Like, man, the Omnisci should be really bad, but you have other stuff as well. Like, I do think For the Gang
10
has
seconds
just so much
remaining.
going for them. They have the Juggernaut heal. Grimstar can provide a heal with the shard as
5
well as a
seconds
dispel.
remaining.
You can look at Run It Down. They do have a lot of lockdown though. Like, look at it. All of them have some sort of stun or disable. That is kind of scary. And For the Gang save is not amazing. It's decent. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about these two drafts at all. Like, looking at them, For the gang has a very
Team
standard
back.
draft. Run it down has at least a core Shadow Shaman, core Mirana, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and the Magnus isn't the best of heroes right now, but it's
No.
definitely gonna be fun to see. These girls came to play. They came to give entertainment. It seems like victory
seconds
isn't
remaining.
like on top of their priority list. It's more about having fun, and I like that approach. You know, it's there is some money on the line, there is some prestige on the line, but at the end of the day, again, repeating it, Dota is about having fun, and that's what they are doing there. We even saw one of Kuro's interviews in
Yes.
a very recent LAN where he said, you know, this is still a game, and that is how you should sometimes do it, and you want to have fun, and that is definitely the case here for the side of Run It Down, because they're playing some really unconventional heroes in drafts.
It's. Did you ever see the movie Gladiator?
The old one?
Yes, the old one.
Yes.
I remember that the guy who gets his freedom, he said, I didn't get the freedom because I was the best fighter or the strongest killer or something. He's like, I got my freedom awarded to me because I was the guy who entertained the crowds the most, and that's why I got my freedom. So yeah, Run It Down. They're going with that gladiator mindset of we gotta entertain the viewers, which I like. I appreciate a lot. You cast a lot of Dota, you see the same 5 drafts every time. Oh, it's Marcy Zeus in this game. How nice for the 5th time of the day. So Run It Down. Love it, Core Mirana, Core Shadow Shaman, Core Mag. Sign me up, Let's keep it going.
Yeah, I do guess that's the way us as viewers or casters, we are exploiting Dota players for our entertainment. So you could look at them as modern gladiators, and the Viper comes out for the gang. They're coming to play. To be honest, if I'm this Magnus, I'm hating my life right now, and I'd rather just play in the safe lane.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they put the Magnus. 'Cause I was thinking they might put the Magnus off lane and carry Mirana. They know it's gonna be the carry Morphling. I'm gonna go with. That's my guess. It's going to the off lane Magnus. It's going to be a mid Morphling. It's going to be the carry Mirana and the 4 Shadow Shaman, the 5 Shadow Demon. So I got confused a little bit. For the gang, they're going to go with. Actually, I'm like, look at who the hell is July. So we're going to stroke 5. Going to be the 4 on the Marcy. Nothing crazy. Mid Viper, I'm assuming. All right. Mid Viper versus mid Morphling should be okay for the Morphling. Not too bad.
They picked the Morphling into the Viper, so they probably know what they're doing. Q was probably given a choice. What do you want to play against this one? It's not gonna be an easy matchup either way. Morphling, the hero, doesn't die that easily, and does have a lot of damage to work with. So at least in terms of CS, can match the Viper. The safe lane Mirana, Last of the Wilds, really likes her cool heroes.
Yes.
Magic damage builds. We're probably gonna be seeing a Aghanim Scepter's build. I don't see the right click build on the Mirana really being viable ever since they changed the shard. I would assume no one would want to go for a right click Mirana build.
Yeah, the hero is just she lost too much from that shot pick, and the new one is kind of awkward to use as hell. Trying to sort of jump in. Look at that Shadow Demon win rate though, 18-2. The last 20 games. That's a 90% win rate. Very impressive. I mean, time for the gang. They go for Viper. Viper, Marcy. All the standard heroes. I'm much more into Run It Down's draft. I'm gonna go for them just because of their unconventional draft.
For battle.
And they proved themselves in game 1. They lost, but that doesn't matter so much as they played really well.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for Run It Down here as well. I think even in the previous game, they have shown that they're the better team out of the two. Sure, it's a best of 1, you lose it, but I think if it was a best of 3, they probably would have come out as the winners. It is a weird draft, but there is a lot of chance to outplay your opponents, and if they played these heroes as well as they played the ones in the last game, just to be a little bit more patient when going onto the high ground, I have a lot of belief in these girls.
Same here for sure. In the meantime, though, for the gang, they do have a pretty easy to execute lineup, just solid all over. So they have a solid shot as well. But I like this Morphling last pick. I generally do not like Morphling, though. I think Morphling is kind of in a trashy spot right now. But in this game, he counters all 3 lanes. Like you can put him in any lane and he'll be fine. So I kind of like that part about the Morphling. Plus, in the previous game, we saw Q play the Tiny. He tried to play tempo, then switched to the sort of being the carry here from Morphling. He backed up. I'll just be farming the whole game and then just carry you guys to victory.
I'm just thinking, is there any build that you can go on the Morphling other than the Dragonlance, Yasha, BKB, you know, the right-click build? And because if there is, Run It Down are probably going to try it, though I don't see it. The E-Blade on the Morphling just doesn't work any longer. So I'm thinking we're just going to be seeing the classic right-click build with the Magnus and Power coming into play. That's going to be a lot of damage. You know, Morphling is probably the best range hero to benefit from the Magnus and Power.
Yeah, for sure. I was thinking, actually, there is one reason you could go for E-Blade, which is that if people get Omni Slash, you can just E-Blade them and remove all that damage. That might be something that Q thinks about, but time will tell. So top lane is going to be the Shadow Shaman and the Magnus.
Bottom lane?
Oh dear, missed that one completely. Sorry.
No problem. You're not the observer. Our observers are amazing. They're gonna be giving us info immediately. So that's a really smart move from Run It Down to just run into the Viper. It is gonna be an offlane Viper though. They put a Mars against the Morphling, and it does make sense. You know, the Viper will be annoying you anyways. So if you run it at him level 1, it might actually give you the kill, and it works out for Run It Down for now.
Yeah. Although Last of the Wild's taking a few right clicks here bottom lane. Needs to wait for his friend to show up before he can actually really sort of handle the lane. Top lane, yeah, I am a big fan of the Shadow Shaman. I do think this hero is underused right now. We'll see if the Fall proves me right, or if I look like a fool again. But yeah, how do you feel about the hero? You like it?
I like it. I think with, you know, Puck being popular, the Spirits being popular, that should immediately mean that the Shadow Shaman and the Lion should be popular as well. I'm seeing more and more Lion, but the Shadow Shaman has been underutilized here. Obviously, we don't see that many mobile heroes, but even the Juggernaut himself doesn't like playing against the Hex.
And I do like the Shackles, gives you so much healing now as well. So even if like the Juggernaut tries to spin on you, if you can Shackle someone else, you'll be fine just because the healing is so... It's absurd how much Shackles heals you at max level. Just insane. In the meantime, Mirana taking a little bit of hits, but she'll be fine overall.
Other than the fight on the bottom lane,
Oh,
we
Nada?
haven't seen much action.
Nada's gonna lose her life.
Nice arrow connects there, and with the double Starstorm, they're actually going for Kami. Kami will die first, Nada loses her life, but July versus Last of the Wilds. Last of the Wilds kills the Courier. July with only being level 2. Not that much damage from the poison attack, so very nicely done there. Riza on the top lane was in a bit of trouble, has the healing ward that's gonna keep her alive, but we can see that Run It Down are starting to apply pressure on both the top and the bottom lane.
I think that was a Shackle skewer into the tower. Oh, and Riza feeds away that healing ward. That's a big deal, actually. Fallen. Ooh, so close.
And the tower isn't attacking Riza though. But in the end, she decides it's a smart move to right-click the enemies under the tower. Immediately loses her life. Sure, you get the kill on the Fallen X in the end. Bottom lane, Nada gonna be surviving there with the disruption. Last little while doing some damage with the right clicks, and the arrow will be perfect. Just into the back of the Marcy, betraying her loyal subject there. That is not a princess that you want to be working for.
By the way, I'm not sure I like what July is doing. She doesn't have a magic stick. Despite the fact that you are playing up against the Shadow Demon, you kind of want the magic stick very early. You know, we know Shadow Demon loves stacking that Shadow Poison, so that magic stick, you're kind of not getting any benefit out of that. So that might be something she really needs to consider getting as soon as she can. Courier is alive, but yeah, I'm just surprised.
Yeah, that's weird. It is weird, especially Viper being a mana-hungry hero. The sticks from the Shadow Demon would really help you deal with that, and you wouldn't really have any mana issues if you had the stick. Obviously, the HP is nice, but when you're going for a stick early on, you're usually thinking about it bringing back mana to you.
I mean, both of them are good, right? Like, you can at least get both. Oh, well. And can they get the real one? Arrow comes out, lands on Kami.
Yeah, Kami gets an arrow to the face. Now, double Starstorm not gonna be happening because no mana on the Last of the Wilds, and Nada, even with a very nice arrow, is not gonna be surviving. July is on a killing spree. And, you know, even though you are doing some damage to the Marcy, maybe even killing her, this Viper is getting quite a lot from the lane in terms of kills. In terms of CS, though, definitely struggling.
What's happening in the mid lane? We haven't actually talked about the mid lane at all. It's Morphling versus Mars, the classic, right? This is the classic matchup, which we never see, maybe once in a full moon. Q level 5, looks like Rosema is gonna be level 5 as well. Both will hit 6 fairly soon, and at that point, I do think that it's on the Mars to make moves. You know, Morphling's not really going to show up and do a lot for the team.
I'm not sure what you do as a Mars in this lane. Sure, you're gonna be okay with the CS. The Mars always is. Has good animation, 2 spells to secure the creeps. While we're talking about the mid lane, Kami dies again, and for the gang might be losing their off lane as well. Nah, not gonna be happening. But the thing is, if the Mars rotates, the tower is just gone. You're up against the Morphling. This hero packs a punch. So I'm not sure what the approach is. Maybe you bring in the supports to try to kill the Morphling, but then again, it is just not that easy of a kill.
There is one thing. The Morphling is full agi, so if she could time it really well, you know, like you throw the spear and you throw the arena just as the spear is about to land, you might be able to kill the Morphling. They might be trying this, though. There is a smoked up for the gang. Kami smoke breaks. They know, and whatever was going to happen is not going to happen.
Nada gets the disruption. The banish will be there, and guess what? There's 3 Marses now, though 2 of them are really mad at the original, and they want to punch her. They want to show they can be just as strong, but Kami will not give them that satisfaction. On the top lane, we see the spin, we see the ink swell, but no heroes in the vicinity to be on the receiving end of those 2 damaging spells, and for the gang, will not get anything on the top lane in terms of kills.
But this Viper absolutely, look at the denies coming out from Mirana. 14 denies. These aren't going to be jungle denies. These are 14 denies on the creeps, and you can see like Viper's absolutely suffering right now.
Riza, top lane, spin in a few seconds, would like to get on top of Stranger, but the Magnus will be okay. For the gang, at least applying pressure here in the top lane, considering they have these 2 very powerful heroes. Ideally, you would want to get a kill, but even if the Magnus is afraid not being able to get close to the creature, you're gonna be happy with it.
Yeah, it's all okay. Honestly, it's looking pretty good for Run It Down right now. And for the gang, we'll have to wait and see. I'm just looking at the Mars, seeing what he's gonna do, because I don't think you want to have the Mars just farm. You know, like if Mars farms and the Morphling farms, you're very happy if you're Morphling.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, that's gonna be the case. We'll see what the Mars wants to take. Will he go for an early blink? Will he go for an armlet? There's multiple ways that you can build in this one. Oh, they see Ano. Fallen X plays that ward. If Wildcard Stranger wants to come over, they can definitely kill this Grimstroke, and they are preparing for it. Wildcard Stranger acting like they don't see anything, and now Ano is in a very, very aggressive position. Wildcard Stranger can pull him. Okay, missed it there. What the hell, for sure. Ano, the Inkswell does connect, but Fallen X is still full. It's not looking like this is gonna result in a kill. Moonlight Shadow is used as well. They are not being seen. They're hiding in the shadows, and they will find Ano and smack her into the ground. Riza, nothing that she can do. She just feeds away the healing ward. So on top of that kill, they're gonna get 75 gold as well.
This game, I know it's very early, it's only 1k advantage, but this is actually kind of looking disastrous. Remember, you have a Viper who's not farming, and the enemy team is just getting kills in pretty strong lanes. Grimstroke, Juggernaut, they can't get kills. Bottom lane, they got the Viper, Marcy, they're losing that lane. It is quite scary for the gang right now. And again, I'm looking at Rosema on the Mars. I'm wondering, what are you doing? You need to get moving here.
Arrow, not gonna connect. Last of the Wilds missed that one. Now he's gonna be getting poison attacks to him. The ulti from the Viper flies out as well. Last of the Wilds needs to be careful. A lot of magic damage being thrown her way. But in the end, with a nice leap to the side, she does survive. They're not setting up with the disruption. Nada is just afraid to go aggressively there because she understands just how much damage the Viper can do to her in small amounts of time.
It's fine. Like, you don't have to always be killed. Although Nada, that might be a bit much. Arrow comes out. Kami might lose her life. Nada, nice disruption, but still dead.
July gets another
Top
kill,
lane?
but then again, so does Last of the Wilds. The spin. Oh, there's gonna be an RP just to remove the Jugger away from herself. The Omni Slash Riza doesn't have enough mana, and the creeps were in the vicinity anyway, so it probably wouldn't have amounted to much even if she had. Now approaching aggressively onto. There's the Omni Slash. This is gonna be enough damage. This Magnus, he has a bracer. The stroke of face will not gonna get away from me. She pushes her away. The Jugger though, she wants the kill. The spin is gonna be there. Can they get on top of White Cool Stranger? Yes, they can. The Fallen X is here though. Reza needs to be careful with the tower doing the damage, but the silence is there. Ano, he sends the Phantom's Embrace to save
Q's here.
her teammate. Ano, in a bit of trouble. Will she get drowned? No, the Inkswell there with the movement speed will protect her, and Morphling, even without rotation, will not bring anything. The bottom lane though with an arrow into the hand, into the head of that Viper. We all know how you kill snakes. You cut off their head.
This game is alright. This is some action. I'm surprised. Like Juggernaut really brought there just now. Reza with that dive on getting the kill on the Magnus. Very well played. Perfect spin. Realizing that Shaman was there, she's like, let me just spin early. Some players would like to hold it for some unfathomable reason, but no. She knows exactly how to play the hero. And looking at net worth, it is a lot more even. Yes, the top two are run it down, but Mars not behind, and the Magnus, he's actually suffering more than July, who at least has 4 kills to her name. By the way, I'm not a big fan of what Magnus is doing. She's going to go for the Echo Saber, so that means it's going to be a very late Blink Dagger, and I feel like you already have a farming Morphling, so Mirana kind of needs someone to really help her out. Do you think it's okay that she's going for Echo Saber, or am I just tripping?
I mean, I would have preferred the Blink for sure. I don't think it's that big of a deal considering the enemies don't have a very strong Viper.
Yeah.
They're not going to be applying that much pressure. If the Viper was super strong, I would argue that you would definitely need to skewer her back to get the kills. But in this kind of scenario, you can get away with the greed. It still isn't ideal in my mind.
I agree. I do think that if there's one game where you can go like Echo Saber, not really be too punished by it, this is definitely the game for it. You know, you also have good setup with the disruption. You also have the Shadow Shaman holding people. Like, you don't really need the Blink Dagger that early, but I would have definitely feel like they could take way more team fights with it. Juggernaut's coming.
They got the arrow onto July, but nah, that movement speed is just insane. Kami dispose onto Nada. They're gonna be starting the punches. The unleash is there. They want to unleash the power onto the face of this Shadow Demon. Girls definitely don't like him. I was right there because this one, she just wants to punch him in the face. But it doesn't matter because the Mirana, it seems like she fancies him, will be enough there to get the kill just with the right clicks. The Inkswell will connect on the top lane as well. The Magnus has been caught trying to get himself away. The RP, no, you don't use it here because it would still end up in you dying. The Magnus can't go through the walls, even being a big rhinoceros. You can see that those walls are built strong. Arrow connects onto the giant on the bottom lane with the disruption, trying to get a kill, but it's only level 1 arrow. Smarana trying to get a kill. Right clicks are kicking in, and in the end, it will ultimately result in the Viper dying, but the poison finishes off the Shadow Demon as well.
No
Last of the Wilds, some trouble as well, but the Fallen X is here. You're gonna drop down the ward, but where are your shackles? Fallen X just miscalculates a little bit, and the Marcy waves away as she survives a very aggressive play coming out from Run It Down.
I play a ton of Shadow Shaman, one of my favorite heroes. And I can tell you something, level 1 Hex is not enough time to Hex, Serpent Ward, shackle someone. Like the cast animation is too long, you need to get level 2 Hex to do that. So the fact that Fallen X kind of, I don't want to say fumbled that, but because you know, it can happen to anyone. But that means that Fallen X maybe not the most comfortable hero with the Shadow Shaman ever. I was looking at her record, yeah, not a hero who plays a lot of Shadow Shaman. In the meantime, though, it is a 2-for-2 trade all over the map. You know, they at top they killed Shadow Shaman Magnus, bottom they lost the July as well as Kami.
Mirana is actually going for the right click build. The Diffusal Blade will be the item she's going for. Having the Ring of Health, I'm guessing at some point she might actually turn it into a Lincoln Sphere, though for now that's probably not going to be the case. In my mind, the physical damage Mirana does not work. Though then again, the magic damage carry Gyro doesn't work too well, and they almost made it work in the previous game. So
Yeah.
I'm curious to see just how much Mirana can
nice
do.
jump by. Bottom lane.
Yep, Rosima jumps in with the nice spear, and the Fallen X shouldn't be surviving this one away. They even used the dust preemptively, just scared the potential Moonlight Shadow, which, speaking about it, it just came off cooldown, so there was pretty much no chance of Last of the Wilds using that one to save his buddy.
Well, they look like they might be trading towers, and Rosma, she's getting online. She does have the Blink Dagger now, also has the Face Boost coming out for her as well. So I like this a lot. In the meantime, Q on the Morphling, number 1 in terms of the net worth, but not too far behind the Juggernaut, who has been way more active. This Morphling has not been involved in any kill, whereas Juggernaut has been gotten 5 for his team and 1 death. So a lot more space being made by the Juggernaut. And yeah, I like that a lot. We'll see what how the game shapes up here. Smoke on for the gang. Mars as well as Viper and Kami on the Marcy. Bomb lane. They might go mid lane here. This could be a good fight for them.
Morphling is playing aggressively, but the double silence will be there. Stroke of Fate, they need Inkswell as well. It's gonna come out a little bit late, but in the backlines, the arena was used. The Morphling, he gets the Morph off, he's not dying, but they kill the Shadow Shaman immediately. He get the wards off with the waveform, he gets himself away. No one wants to follow a tsunami wave, no matter how good you are at surfing. It's not gonna end up well for you, and Kami just gets some stars dropping out down from the sky. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 as you mentioned it, but the Serpent wards used far away from the tower. It is a question if Run It Down can finish it off. Pulls the Mars back, but gets a speared back. Doesn't want to be fighting that Magnus. He knows just how powerful he can be. Last of the Wilds has the leap, removes the signs, but this is still gonna be enough. Nice disruption. It's gonna be saving her for time. But the Inkswell is pretty much ravaged. The RP onto the ground. That ground is gonna be stunned so much, but you're in the river. You're in Morphling's territory, and you're gonna get the drown. The Jugger, he might be good with a blade, but he needs to take some swimming lessons if he wants to fight this Morph.
It didn't matter in the end, though. Yes, they lost the Juggernaut, who sort of went in, but they were able to kill me. 2 cores as well as the Shadow Demon. I saw the RP come out last second, but it looked very ineffective. And July, how much damage did July do? July did a ton of damage in that fight, and definitely one of the big winners there. Just standing behind, dishing all her damage out. Has the Vanguard as well, so she's kind of tanky. Not a big fan of the Wraith Pact in this game. You are up against Mirana and Morphling. Like, these 2 heroes hit very fast, so I do think the damage, like, it won't live long enough. Bottom lane though.
The leap is gonna be stopped. They take her back immediately. And now the Inkswell is gonna be there. Last of the Wilds will most definitely die here, standing her ground to fight. Gets the leap away finally. And now the healing ward is gonna be there, saving Gano as well. The Fallen X in a little bit of trouble. Nada comes over, but the question is, who can you actually save? Sure, you get the disruption of the Fallen X will die anyways. White Cool Stranger got inside of the arena. You will stay and you will fight. You will fight until death. White Cool Stranger though, she doesn't feel that way and wants to run away. That's what she's gonna be doing. The silence of the Morph, she doesn't get the Morph off, which means she's gonna be going down. Last of the Wilds, no leaps.
One
and
second.
here's the spear Juggernaut. The arrow, the spear misses just barely. Those leaps coming off cooldown at the perfect times, twice in a row for the Mirana, saving her life but costing her team quite a lot.
The fact that Magnus does not have a Blink Dagger is so heavily punished in this game. Like, you can see she actually has to skewer top lane. She's like, I need to get all the creeps I can as soon as I can, because this Blink Dagger has not having his cost them. She just cannot jump into these fights. There's so much flying around, so many slow strokes of fate, nether toxin, arenas, like everything's flying out. She just can't do anything. So hopefully the Blink Dagger will fix that for them, because it needs to be fixed. This is a big problem.
Yeah, it is a big problem. You don't have initiation. Sure, you have the disruption into arrow, but usually those disruptions are used defensively for the gang. July is in an aggressive position, and the supports are in the vicinity. Kami thinking about going in. The Hex is gonna be there. Sure, you don't have a blink, but if Ano just runs into your face and eats an arrow, it's still gonna be good enough, and that's a freebie, but still. An aggressive move, and killing a support there isn't really gonna give you much in terms of map control.
Ana went for the shard first on the Grimstroke. Love this. But unfortunately, she only has a level 1 Inkswell, which is kind of a disconnect between the item and the skill build. Like, she took the Inkswell talent, which is great, but if, at this point, you kind of want to have the Inkswell maxed out. Although,
no, Last of the Wilds will be taking some damage. Does have the Diffusal Blade, but she's being a little bit too aggressive in the end. Does get the leap out. White Cool Stranger without the blink, again just running around, not being able to do anything. But look at the Morphling, he turns into a Viper, so he's gonna be dishing out some poison as well for the gang. They know just how dangerous it can be. They have it on their side, so they're gonna chill for now on. But guess what? They have a Blink Dagger of their own. But Morphling still can get out of the arena. Some of the heroes can't anymore, but the Morphling is still capable of doing so.
yeah, he goes into the nether realm or something when he turns into water. Doesn't really exist, so he can go through these sort of things. Yeah, just Ano's skill build and item build a bit confusing for me, but making it work so far. Let's look at some of the other heroes as well. Shadow Demon, nothing crazy, just has the arcane boots. Shadow Shaman is going for the Aether Lens, wants to get as much of that cast range as possible. Well, bottom lane lost to the wilds. Oh, she's in trouble. Oh, caught mid leap.
Yeah, that's the second time that's gonna be happening with the Ominous Dash. No chance of survival this time around. Kami will die to the tower damage. 19 minutes into
That's
the
a
game,
carry,
the tier 2
Mirana.
is really hurt. Ano in a bit of trouble. That's the right clicks with the Empower is just so insane. But in the end, Ano does survive now with the ulti onto the Morphling, slowing him down. He's not gonna be killing any more support.
Fallen?
The Fallen X comes over with the Stroke of Fate with all of the slows. Fallen X is just dead. Inkswell on the Juggernaut, even if you want to commit, he's gonna get burst in a second and run it down. They understand the dangers. They pull themselves back. They really need this Magnus Blink Dagger.
It is coming fairly soon, about 200 gold away. That'll help a lot, but holy crap, is for the gang. Like, they are running through them. I mean, run it down. This cannot be good for them. Both of these teams, by the way, this is the best of one. You win, you continue, you stay alive. You lose, you are out of this tournament. No chance to make it for the FSL Elite. So it's a lot, you know. It's a road to 5,000. Winning the tournament also gives you 500 Singaporean dollars.
Radiant's bottom
It's a
tower
lot
is
for the
under
gang.
attack.
Looking very good so far.
And definitely, you know, wanting to compete more. It is also a big deal. Whoever loses now doesn't have a chance to compete in the FSL, at least not in this season. This is the last chance to get to that top 4 through the wild card and run it down. It would feel so bad with, I'd say, solid plays to just be eliminated just after 2 games.
Yes.
Now the smoke
Oh, Mirana?
coming out for the gang. She has been silenced up and she will most likely die without not even uttering a word. This Soulbind will be there. They turn around to
the-
Rosima doing a ton of damage, but the Morphling is just dead. He has died in a second. Run it down. They're losing heroes left and right. Ensure the disruption. It will delay the inevitable, but Riza is just too good with a blade. Cuts down the Shadow Shaman, and his spells are not going to be cast for at least 25 seconds.
Morphling just got the Manta, and we saw the Soulbind come out of the Mirana, but still decided to sort of waveform in, gets the Soulbind on her. Very awkward situation right now for running down. And for the gang, they're like, hey, Roshan, that's a thing. We could just take it. What are you guys gonna do? There is a Magnus with RP, but your only support is Shadow Demon? That's not a whole ton of damage.
Let's see what they can do. Other heroes are coming back to life. The Shadow Shaman TPing to the tower. The Mirana will do the same.
Oh
Moonlight
my
Shadow
lord.
was used. The RP, it's gonna be good. But the Roche is not low enough. They still have the healing ward. Where's your damage? Well, you have none now. You're trying to run away from us, but you will not get anywhere.
Roshan gonna
Roshan
fall.
needs the arrow. She
That's
could have
the
hit
wild.
Roshan with her eyes
Oh.
closed. Can she get the Aegis? Yes, she can. Because the Mirana is just way too good left to the wilds. This is the time when you actually completely turned the game around. That RP might not have done much, but it delayed the Roche. Velasquez Wise will take it now, going for the Morphling. He'll well form away. He is out. The Fallen X, though, same cannot be said about him. The spear misses, but run it down. They've lost 2 already. 2 of theirs die for the 2 for the gang, but the big boy was taken by the Mirana and the Aegis as well. A beautiful play overall.
Yeah, like that was very risky. That was very risky by running down, but they land the good RP and just delays it long enough for Last of Wild to show up and gets the Aegis for themselves. It's still a bit of a net worth disadvantage though, but it's at least not an Aegis disadvantage. You can at least come back from this.
Mirana, I still think that the hero doesn't work as a right clicker.
No,
Whoever you commit on, you're gonna be in so much trouble. So at least now you have 2 lives to work with.
yeah, I agree. Like, it doesn't feel like she really can do a lot. And she's going for the leap talent, by the way, at level 10. So I imagine she's going to go for attack speed. Yes, she does. That's going to help a lot. You know, when you have an A bonus 80 attack speed once you leap, that's nice. She got the Fusel Blade as well as Yasha with the Wraithman. The double one in a couple minutes, the Wraithman will give her like what? Oh dear, Kami?
I mean, a bit of trouble surviving. Nice disposer onto the Mirana. The spin will come out, and Nada is looking very much that the disruption will delay the inevitable, but they've already taken down the Aegis. It's time to run away. They've gone for the Viper, but it's not gonna be good enough because now inside of the arena, they will fight till death like a gladiator. It's not modern, but real live ones. And the Morphling left alone. The buyback from the Shadow Demon, is it enough to save him? He uses the Adaptive Strike.
Dear
Get
God.
away from me. Get away from me, you creep. Now, you will come back. You will get speared. Spear through the water. That's just
No
how
Manta.
good the Mars is. This This is why this guy should be at the Olympics. Now Q still trying to run away, but you cannot morph any longer and you will die. Ruzema will be the one to get the kill, a mega kill at that. And the buyback from the Shadow Demon is the only reason that Run It Down have a hero alive now on the map.
You know, one thing I really like when on carries, and one of the reasons why I don't like this kind of carries, I like a carry that can take a hit. You know, a Life Stealer, a Juggernaut, a Medusa. Like, I like a carry that can actually take a blow or two. The moment they jump on Mirana, every time she just melts, like, straight away. Like, she just cannot stand it there at all. Juggernaut's got some magic resistance, building into the SNY. You know, just a lot tankier. Also has that health regen. So, sorry, the HP regen with the healing ward. Oh, they do catch someone. This could be a good kill on July. Could they get it?
There's the skewer. They get the hex off,
Whoa.
but the imprisonment, Nada, he saves him. He says, you got safe for the gang. You might not have picked it, but we are gonna be really good to you. We are good to our opponents, and they lose 2 heroes because of it for the gang. Their Viper survives. He wasn't a good target to begin with, but with that disruption, it was pretty sure that the Viper was gonna survive that attempt.
Oh man, Run It Down crumbling in game 2. I mean, yeah, I like their unorthodox draft, but from the start we said for the gang, much more standard. You know, a little boring, gotta be honest, a little boring, but better draft. You know, just a bit more standard, easier to execute draft. Run It Down, the carry Mirana it's not working out. The Magnus went for Echo Sabers, the Blink Dagger that really delayed their timing. It just looks everything's going well for them.
To be honest, you know, if the Mirana went for the magic build, the Magnus got an early Blink Dagger, you could play the game. But they put themselves in a position where you pick weird heroes and then you get weird items out as well. I think that is a bit too much. And now you're 11k gold behind. But guess what? You still have a Magnus on the high ground. So it's gonna take some time before For the Gang can actually break the enemy base.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. Like if they Magic Mirana, if you throw that arrow out and you get the 3 star storm on everyone, that could have really helped. But it's not working. It's just not working out. Oh, more Blink.
Caught. The Spear does connect. Do they get the silence off before he gets the morph off? He does have the Manta and gets into the river immediately, following big waves.
Nada?
Big chunks of water. It's a problem. Nada has a disruption. Gonna be using it in 2.5
nice
seconds.
jump by Fallen.
He's gonna be in some trouble. Nice X coming out from the Fallen X. He's gonna stop the Spear from coming out, but the thing is, he's surrounded by enemy heroes and he's gonna get his teeth broken there. A trip to the dentist is gonna be needed after that Mars just swings his shield.
Even with a relatively like bunch of wasted spells by For the Gang, you know, they jump on the Morphling, they couldn't get him. They jump on the Shaman, he was able to get his combo off before he dies. Like even then, they still lose 2 people. We'll see if what Down wants to do. They are pretty good at split pushing. They were pretty good at split pushing the game 1. Oh, the lots of wilds. Moonlight comes out, but spotted. They know this. They know this very well.
No. Places a sentry. Oh, they found Riza. They're gonna get the RP off. No, but they get the arrow. As
huge.
Still should be going down. Very nice done. Now Rosima goes in as well. That's not a plate you want to be in. Kami in a pretty bad position as well. But on the high ground, there's a Viper with the double ulti with the soul body. Gonna stand in the ground and fight the Inkswell. It gets burst off. It's not really gonna be popping, but the Viper is way too strong. No one can threaten her authority right now. Respect her authority. They will not, because she has no BKB any longer. Still stands on the high ground. The arrow will not connect. A little bit of disconnect. They didn't communicate that right, but Tano is still dead. Now what are you gonna do without any BKBs, without any friends? We will kill you, last of the wilds. Who didn't believe in the right click Mirana? I sure as hell did, for sure, because she gets a triple kill out of that fight.
You're one of those fence sitters, aren't you? You just go where the wind blows. You're like, oh, well, yeah, it's working. It's getting kills, therefore it's the best. But yeah, that all came down to the fact that Magnus, it was very risky. They threw out the RP on a solo Jug. They landed the arrow, they killed him. And then they're like, okay, let's just go. 3 cores on Run It Down, keeping their team's hopes alive. Jug is going to respawn, so is Ana very soon. And there is a double damage ruin bottom lane, though, so Run It Down. They could consider going for a tier 1 bottom. See what they go with. There are no ultimates, though. The Magnus RP is down. We're very scared about that. Signs of life, though, for Run It Down. Oh, the DD is going to go for the Juggernaut, isn't it? That is unfortunate.
I don't know if you noticed, but you know, some of the pro players in Dota, they have their name, and then after it is the name of their girlfriend, or the ones that don't have the girlfriend, it just says girl name. And Riza here, she after her name it says guy name. So do you think there's gonna be like a tournament in the future of guys fighting for their names to be written there next to Riza's?
Yes, I think when you put guy name, you're like, come on, anyone want to sponsor me? You know, any guy want me to have his name right there? I'll do it. I don't mind. So I like it. It's very cool. I just love how she
Looking for the love. She's looking for the love of her life. We'll see if anyone. To be honest, a lot of men are gonna be intimidated by a girl who's just so good at Dota, because Riza has been having an amazing game on the Juggernaut. We'll see if she can transfer that into a victory. But for now, for the gang, even after a lost fight, it's looking like they're in firm control of this game. They are the ones on the aggressive.
By the way, when you said guy name, I was like, oh, she has like a mic there. Then I was like, oh, Riza guy name. Like that's the actual word that she has there. So very,
yeah.
I love that. I just love how she's making fun of that. Well, Roshan's gonna be up in 2 minutes. July has also been having an insane game, by the way. BKB, Wraith Pack, Vanguard, very hard to bring down. Also has the ceremonial robe, so all their disables are up by about 10%, which is very helpful for them. Magnus is the only sort of core that's a little bit behind in farm. Ano's kind of close to him, which is insane on this Grimstroke. Position 5 Grimstroke, by the way.
Position 5 Grimstroke, but this Grimstroke has been doing a really good job in the entirety of the game, and in terms of net worth, yeah, he's doing very, very well. Run it down. This Q Morphling is still gonna be very, very dangerous. We talked about the empowering on the Morphling. The hero usually has like 300 damage, so he's gonna be hitting like a truck, or she's gonna be hitting like a truck. And for the gang, you know, when you look at these heroes, other than the Juggernaut, none of them have high armor.
Well, I mean, the Wraith Pact helps on the Viper, and plus Mars has the Bulwark, which reduces a lot of the magic, a lot of the physical damage coming out from the enemy side. So it's not too bad. Moonlight used as well as Smoke. Where they're gonna go with? They do see this.
Yarrow point blank though, it really doesn't do that much. They're gonna be using the dispose, but the Marana isn't dying. Removes the silence as well. The Mars has been caught. He uses BKB, but it's not gonna be enough for Uzima to survive. That's a 6-kill streak going into the hands of Last of the Wilds, and this Marana carry is really starting to do some work. The stun there onto Ano, thinking about breaking some TPs, but the Grimstroke didn't take the bait to go for a TP there onto the high ground. Q though wants to go forward. The crits are coming through. July taking some damage. Nice dodge there with the Manta. Your ulti will do nothing, and that BKB, it will expire, but we might kill you even before that, because throwing out an RP is not a problem for us. Run it down. 3 more kills their way. 2 of those being the cores.
And Riza in the meantime just pushing mid, and oh, she did not TP. She spun. She doesn't even have a TP scroll on her, Riza. That's a bit risky. Arrow comes out.
Arrow?
Hits the creep, they know. And look who's coming. Fallen on the Shadow Shaman. Looks like though Riza might be able to make it out of here just fine.
Fallen would like to get on top of her. Riza though, she's being spotted with the spin. Does have a lot of movement speed, so it is not that easy to catch her. Grimstroke on the high ground. They'll get the silence onto the Shadow Shaman, but you're not gonna commit. The arrow connects perfectly onto the Juggernaut. Still, the SNY will be there, as well as the Purge from the Inkswell. So not really a chance to get the kill there, but it is some nice sharpshooting skills that this Marana is showing us here.
We went from a 90% chance for the gang taking, according to the the AI overlords that we don't ever believe in, to a very even game here. Mirana also has the Linkins, which means that she can block the Viper Strike, she can block the Omni Slice. That's really what you want to block if you can, as well as even just the Soulbind if it's thrown on her. So lots of good spells for Linkins. Feels like a really good item this game. Linkins as well as the Lotus Orb.
The Linkins, really strong. Marana skipping the BKB even without it. Last of the Wilds is being able to dish out some damage with the Manta and the Diffusal. The right clicks from the Marana, they're gonna start to hurt, and having the Paladin sword, you know, it is not the easiest hero to kill, but I still think Arena onto the Marana, it's gonna be very hard to stay alive, because now Maranas cannot jump out of the arena any longer.
Yeah, here we go though. They're going for the Roche play. And last time Rochelle went very nicely for Run It Down. They were able to steal it and the Aegis from for the gang. And this time they're just going to bring it down Well, I don't think for the gang are going to be able to make that on time. Little chance are they going to fall? Are they going to still take the fight? Aria comes out.
Yeah, they're gonna go for the Morphling, but that's just the Aegis.
Three
Even
man
if
RP.
she does die, nice RP though. It's gonna be beautiful. Where's the damage? But with the Morphling being dead, it's not gonna be enough. And now with the Omni Slash, chop, 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 chop. Can he chop it up? Riza has the spin. She wants to go for that one, but is too scared. And now we'll get
Look at the
shackled up.
shackle.
That's a long shackle holding him. But the Magnus coming in with the skewer is still not gonna be enough. They stop him in his tracks just with the dispose. Take him back. You're not taking our
Another
friends away. The
arrow.
arrow onto the Juggernaut is gonna be perfect, but no one on the side of Run It Down is close enough. And now for the gang, it's time for them to chase. That Phantom's Embrace, it is in. They know exactly where their enemies are. Ozima, does she have the guts to go in? Turned into a chicken immediately. Balk, 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 balk. Oh yeah, you're afraid. No, they're not. They're just turned into a chicken, but a very brave one. And the Morphling
Dear
will die for the
God.
second time in that fight. Last of the Wilds, how much can you do with your carry Murana right now? The arrow comes out, but without
No,
any
you need to
leads.
jump.
Last of the Wilds is dead as well. She will get cut down in just a matter of time
No
before
charges.
the last survivor of Run It Down loses its life. The Juggernaut will not take her down because this hero knows what it means to be the last of your kind. So he'll leave someone else to get the kill, but it is still a team wipe despite getting the Roche at the start of that fight.
Like Kami bought back. It felt like, honest to God, the Run It Down had some of the best things they could have gotten. They got RP on 3 people. Didn't really matter. They were able to, like, Shadow Shaman got a couple. They got 2 arrows on Juggernaut. 2 arrows on Juggernaut, and not once did she fall. So it's kind of insane for the gang. They're just going high ground. No buyback on the Mirana or the Morphling. This is for Mirana. For the gang, looks like they're just going to be able to take at least 1 set of racks, maybe even more.
This is the thing, the Morphling died when the RP went off, and then 5 seconds while he was dead with the Aegis, no one could do the damage with the RP being there. You know, he is the main damage dealer, he is the one that finishes them off, and that is the thing. If he gets caught off guard and dies, you don't have the damage. This Morana, she's just not as strong in terms of killing people fast. You need to use your spells, jump in, jump out, be annoying, and then maybe finish people off in the end. But when it comes to bringing people from 100 to 0, you definitely need your Morphling, and with 6k goal lead for the gang again in control of this game. They haven't taken the Raxes, but the tier 3 will fall for now.
It's kind of surprising that they went back. They had like 15 seconds left on both the Miran and the Morphling, but they're like, let's play it safe, even though, yeah, a little too safe, but why not, you know? We've seen people lose the game at these high ground pushes. Run it down. They want to go for it. They still have almost all their ultimates. Moonlight is about to come up. And who they run to? They run to July. Not the person you want to kill, though. Era comes out, misses. Oh, no.
Oh, that's connected on the Marcy in the back lines, but in the end, they won't be able to get there. But the Morphling, we're
Ana's
seeing
dead.
how much damage Q can do. He needs to use the BKB. Now turns around, the RP is there, but Q is not attacking. If she's not attacking, there's no one else to kill them. The Marcy might die, but it's not going to be enough. That's a Marcy without the buyback. Got a buyback from the Grimstone coming over. They have control of this outpost. Is it chase time? Is it chase time for the gang, or do they just want to farm these wards? It seems like they'll take it easy for now. They don't want to be going in. Ozima has different idea than the rest of her team. They need to remove that Phantom's Embrace, but the Stroke of Fate removed this. They might have killed the wife of the Grimstroke, but he's still gonna use his Brush of Fate to get a kill on the murderers. And now for the gang, they want to go for even more. Going for the tower, the Viper has the shards. It's gonna be a lot of damage taken, but as soon as they see the buyback, they'll play it safe.
Well, I mean, it looked pretty good for Run It Down. They got both the supports, but Grimstroke buys back, and they do lose their Mirana in the end, as well as the Shadow Demon. Sorry, I think you take it. You know, Morphling's the real carry. We've seen Q on this team. Yes, she goes mid, but she's often the real carry. Whereas Last of the Wild is kind of like, oh, you know, she picks carry. She focuses on making space. She's going for a Reaver. Just a casual Reaver. I'm not seeing what else she's building. Does she have an item on the courier, maybe? I'm interested to see what this Reaver's going into.
You know, Last of the Wild
Satanic,
is that
I guess.
one friend. You know, Last of the Wild is that one friend that kind of you play 5-stack with, and he's ruining your games. He's playing well, but he's going for weird items, and like, I'm testing you guys to see how good you are. Can you win if I go for a Diffusal, Mantle, Lincoln's Mirana? And the rest of Run It Down are like, no, please don't do it. But
Not
you know,
again.
she's training them. She's training them. Once they get into their pubs, it's gonna be very easy to win, to be honest, because you know you're not gonna have a Mirana with a with these kind of items. You're gonna have a normal carry.
Oh, that's true, right? It's like how you guys feel about playing with like half a carry or sometimes 2 times the worth of a carry. It's you roll the dice with Last of Wild and you see what you're gonna get with. But yeah, I mean, the empower is also not that useful on her. Like we talked about how good it is on Morphling, but you don't really have another empower target. Most of the time, the Magnus is just empowering herself, and she's not going for any damage. Just Echo Saber. Feels like really, and we saw the last fight. She got an RP on 2. Q was running away, and Q is really all your damage with the Daedalus, with the Manta, with the Dragonlance BKB. Like she can hit.
No, every time that Last of the Wilds picks a hero, the gods toss a coin.
Right?
Oh no,
Targaryen
that's actually
style.
that's actually the story of the Targaryens. Yeah, that does make sense. Though the 2 games that we have watched, both of the builds have been weird. It has been really fun to watch. Yep. Yeah, the madness is here. It seems 100%. But I think Run It Down are having fun. Whatever happens, I think they're having fun, and that is the most important thing. Meanwhile, their comms like, what the hell are you doing? How can you go for those items? Why didn't you go for a magic build right now?
You threw the game. You threw the game. Yeah, we're like, they're probably having fun, but we don't know. Actually, I think our production has access to them, at least like their cameras. They know what because just to see, and maybe they'll tell us after this. They'll be like, no, they were all chilled the whole time, or they'll be like, no, we saw some strangulation going on. In the meantime, Riza, very farm. Has the Blink Dagger as well. Sanjinyasha, Ayaskadi, Molineer, Diffusal. She is super tanky. Goes for the 500 health talent at level 25, 475, but whatever. She is just very hard to bring down.
Yeah, almost impossible. Even if you use the RP, you can see that the Morphling doesn't want anything to do with the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut is definitely the ultimate carry hero in this game. Sure, the Empower can even out the playing field, but Riza is not to be trifled with. And now having the Blink Dagger, finally one of the axes will fall. It's gonna be the ranged ones. They turn her into a chicken. Where's the Force Staff? Where's the Inkswell? The arrow will not connect, and Riza doesn't care. She just walks towards the bottom lane. Okay, doesn't want to go towards the mid lane. Understandably, you're playing against the Magnus. The Skewer into tier 4s can be dangerous. The RP onto the ground. Those creeps, they will not move. And now go back into the arena. We want you to fight her, though they're crushing the Mars here. No one cares about your bulwark. Will break you along with it. Now looking towards the Marcy. The Marcy is dead. Even with the RP on the ground, who cares? We can toss it on your creeps when we are this much stronger than you. For the gang running away in fear. They're like, yo guys, they use their ulti on nothing and we still can't do anything. Is this really the beginning of the end? But no, it's just the high ground push and Run It Down. They were just in a good position to fight.
A couple of things to note. You Call Stranger is has the ninja gear on her as their neutral item, which is amazing. One for split pushing, and other ones because it makes it so much easier for you to land those good RPs. And very close to the refresher orb as well. And while Last of the Wild, she is hunting for arrow comes out. Looks like she gets strong, and she did go for the Satanic. So as long as she's not disabled, she turns on Satanic. You get a few hits off, she should be fine. And all of a sudden, Run It Down. Yeah, they're still a bit behind, but they are the ones who get to be the aggressors at this point.
Yep, Run It Down finally get a chance to get towards the opponent's side of the map. The first tier 2 could fall here to the right click damage of the Morphling, but for now she doesn't want to risk it. It seems like the illusions will do the job themselves, but Q herself isn't gonna be committing for now. It feels too dangerous. Is Anno going for a
Hex?
Aghanim Scepter? I mean, a Dark Portrait here could be quite nice.
No, she's going for the Hex, actually. She already has the ultimate orb. She's going up for... which is pretty good. She's getting a lot of these 2-man soul binds every time. And while I agree that Dark Portrait is good in this game, Morphling is fine. The rest aren't that amazing. Plus you want something that does AoE damage like Luna or Medusa. So, Kami jumps in.
Oh, they found the Shadow Shaman. This should be an easy pick-off, really. Not much to think about there. Yep, does have a buyback. 70 seconds on the sidelines, though. For the gang, would love to force that one out, but still, you have to be aware you're up against the Magnus. The RPs haven't been great, but there were a few that were pretty solid. So if you get a nice RP into the skewer back of the Juggernaut. Okay, a lot of gems there. And did get picked up right under their noses. Run it down. I'm not sure if they were baiting with those, but if they were, it wasn't really that good of a play.
DD Ruin spawn top, and as well as Roshan. We'll see if they want to go for it. There is a refresher shard. You might give it for Rosima. Just go for that triple arena. Why not? And yeah, they DD Ruin and they just go straight for it. I like what for the gang. They realize this. Shasham is down for 25. Not enough time. Has to buy back if they want to go for this.
20 seconds is not gonna cut it because Jugger with the DD and Kami with the Unleash, the Sporosh. He has no idea what's going towards him. These ladies, they didn't came here to play, or they came here to play, but not in a way that the Roche would want. You know, run it down. They leave the Roche, so now you're gonna have to be dealing with the Juggernaut constantly poking your base. And I like that for the gang. This is some nice presence of mind. You don't want to be pushing in the mid lane just because of the Magnus. It's beautiful. If the Magnus dies, that's when they're gonna be focusing on the melee Raxes there in the mid lane.
Yeah, just applying pressure in basically all the lanes. Meanwhile, Nicole Stranger, she really wants to get this refresher orb. She's trying to save up for it, but we'll see if she can get it in time. And Last of the Wild is also farming on the enemy side of the map, trying to get that at least the Chrysalis on her. There's 2 couriers on the Dire Secret Shop. We'll see if Last of the Wild can get them.
BKB, Rosima jumps in. OQ makes a mistake, doesn't get away from mod, but just uses the BKB and says, fight me. Why are you running away? Fight me. Oh no, wait, that's Mars' line, but he's still, the Mars runs away. He's not going to be able to fight Morphling. The tower does go down though, so at least some space was created. Lisa gets an arrow, shot in the face, and now the adaptive strike as well. Rosima jumps in again, that's the second arena, but doesn't get the BKB off. Sure, you have the refresher, but you needed that BKB as well. Riza on the nice Ghost Scepter. The Fallen X will be okay for now. Force Staff keeping him alive. Riza has the Aegis, but you don't want to be losing it under the tier 4. Still Riza spins and doing so much damage, but will die. We still have the RP. Let's see if the Magnus can survive. The Unleash will be there. The Horn Toss, he throws them behind, but the triple arrow throws up. It's gonna be a triple kill, and with the RP now you all die. Where's the Rampage? They take it away from Q. He's not even, or she's not even gonna get an ultra kill, but for the gang will get wiped out. They go super aggressive, something that Run It Down did in the previous game. Now their opponents are gonna do the same thing.
How do they do it every time? You know, by the way, Morphling did all the damage, 12,000 damage. The nearest was the Mirana with like 3,000. You know, but you were talking about Breaking Bad. It's just like they say, how do they keep getting away with it? Like, what is... Fallen is amazing, by the way. Every time they jump, she always catches the Mars with a Hex, always interrupts her combo, and just looks so good in this game. No buyback, but 2 of the cores. Grimstark does buyback, could kind of delay it a little bit with a couple of good strokes of fate, but this mid-rax is in danger.
Yeah, it definitely is, and the Morphling is... no, Morphling not coming over. Yeah, okay, Run It Down, they definitely enjoy playing this game. There's no doubt about it. You can see Last of the Wilds using the triple arrow. Why Cool Stranger think about going in for the Horn Toss into a skewer? That would make sure that Thanos goes down, but they have no vision to place down. Even without the Morphling though, they finish off the Raxes and are going for a tier 2 on the top lane. 20 seconds until the Juggernaut is back. I'm thinking no more Raxes will be falling in the base of for the gang, at least not before the next fight.
A smart of Run It Down though to take the Morphling top. They knew they had enough damage to get the mid-rax. They're like, if they buy back, we're not gonna take it anyway. If they don't buy back, we're gonna get it, no, regardless of like how the Morphling's there or not. So they push the tier 2, which opens it up later so they can take that one if they want to push a lane. So I like what they did there with the split up. And my god, there's double Satanics on Run It Down, which we talked about before. But the double waveform on Morphling along with the talent means that he just does so much damage just waveforming into people.
Yeah, Satanic plus the waveform, he's gonna be back to full no matter how much HP is missing. And for the gang, they've had enough of sitting in their base. There's a DD on the bottom lane. If the Morphling gets that, it's gonna be a disaster. But the Mirana herself is quite good with the damage too. They use the scan. They know their enemies are in the triangle and Run It Down. They don't feel comfortable taking that part of the map. But for the gang, still smoked up. They're trying to search for something going up the hill. It's never gonna be easy. They place the ward with Kami. Ah, there's a Lincolns. You're not gonna be grabbing starving everyone. Last of the Wilds.
Riza?
She just got too big. And now
Holy.
slowing down Riza. Look at the crits. The crits are insane. Riza thinking about the
Oh.
omelets and she's not gonna be using it. Riza, what are you doing? Thinking about going in, but no, it just ends up in a disaster. The 94 seconds on the sidelines. This should be enough time for Run It Down to maybe even end this game.
Yeah, getting Mega will be a little bit hard. They're gonna have to send someone bomb, but they have time. They have all the time in the world, and they throw the stakes. They know they can get top. Dire Fortify is used, but how close is he? He's very far from a buyback. She doesn't have it at all. She's only got 400 gold in the bank.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yep, using all of your money, throwing it away.
Dire's
Oh.
top tower
Seems to not be good at finances there on the side of for the gang. And let's see what will Run It Down do. Are they gonna force the issue?
Nice.
Will they go
What? That didn't
for the
land.
tier 4s? The spear doesn't land, but the burn is still
Walk
hurting.
back
The last
the
of the
arrow.
while still the arrow does
Walk
connect.
back
There's
the
triple
arrow.
arrows, 2 of them connected. Oh, they make a mistake there with the horn toss, but the axe will be enough with the damage. They break down the Mars. Fights back. She can still fight. Let's see. The arena is still active as well as the BKB. They can go in if they want to. 10 seconds until the Marcy is back.
Okay,
Not fighting
here we
back
go.
though. There's the arena going for the Magnus. It is gonna connect, but can they finish him off? It seems like no. She's gonna be fine for now, especially with the
Can't be
game
given
and the
time.
the backline. July is surviving. Rosima, the Inkswell will be there. Another arena, another BKB. They're trying to kill the Morphling. Not gonna be happening. Rosima needs to leave her arena. She's not fighting this one, but
10
the
seconds
arrow
for
and
Jug.
the RP come back into that arena and fight if you're a real gladiator. But Rosima immediately dies, so that's running
5
away.
seconds.
She knew they needed to do it. They're going for the
Ah,
throne.
it's not
They're
enough.
not waiting for the Juggernaut.
Not
They're
enough.
not having fun any longer. They want to end it right now. No, they want to fight. Juggernaut comes in with the Omelette Sash, goes to the side. It's going to be a lot of damage. The supports are dying. Everyone is dying. What are you doing? There it is. They have to focus on the throne right now. No, Q. She wants to assert dominance. She wants to show we're not going to go for the cowardly move. We're going to kill you all before we end this game. Is it the smart move? Because this Juggernaut is doing so much damage as well.
Healing ward.
With the Unleash, punch her in the face and she is dead. They all have buybacks, but the throne is still alive. You want to mess with us? Well, you can't do it. They'll stay in this game and Run It Down. If they lose it right now, it's gonna feel pretty bad for them after they're messing around with For the Gang. They could have ended it, but they wanted to assert dominance and they just couldn't do it. Riza is too strong.
We might have to see all 4 buybacks that come out very soon. But that was kind of awkward as hell. Like, they had the advantage. They could have gone straight for the throne. You look at the throne, barely has any HP left. It was down to like maybe, I don't know, 1,000 HP at some point. But they were like, nope, we want to get the kill. Want to be gladiators, as you said, but it cost them. And if they go for the throne themselves, they can force buybacks. I'll see for the gang being smart. They say if we, oh no, they're going to go for the throne. They're going to force buybacks here.
is under attack.
Yeah, they're trying to force the buybacks. They know the second lane of Rax doesn't mean
Mirana.
much for them. Buyback from the Mirana. The arrow flies over. It's not going to connect on anyone. The 3 buybacks
Kami?
comes out. The Morphling doesn't want to be doing it. Kami is dead, but the Juggernaut will get herself away.
3
Riza
buybacks.
does survive for now, but the chases, they are on. Last of the Wilds wants to make something happen for the gang. With those buybacks, they now have a win condition. Kill 2 of those buyback heroes, especially the Magnus and the Mirana, and you should be able to end the game.
I thought for a second For the Gang would go top, get more Raxes rather than like play for the buybacks, just have that map advantage. But they went for the throne, which is still, they wanted to get the buybacks out. They did, and losing, yeah, you get 3 buybacks. That's great, but you also lost your Kami for 2 minutes when she died. Roshan's going to be pretty long, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And by the way, 4,000 gold advantage for the team that just got team wiped and had to buy back 3 people. Like, how crazy is that?
I have to say, these girls are genius at marketing, female Dota, just not as popular right now, and like, we're gonna make it popular by making these games super interesting. That is just genius, they could have ended it, but it would have been such a boring way for the game to end. Yeah, we come in, we hit your throne, who cares? But just fighting till death, fighting until the last woman standing is gonna be their name of the game, and Arrow now connects there onto Ano, and look at this. They're going in for the kill with all the right clicks. It should be enough to get a kill, and Ano is dead without the buybacks, and now they're going for the throne. Now they've done with the marketing. They want to end this right now because Q, she wants to win. She wants to continue competing. They made it a bit spicy, but in the end, they showed who's boss.
Holy crap, I cannot believe that went that way. They're just absolutely impressive performance by both teams. Run It Down, They played with their food a little bit. Gotta admit, they played with their food a little bit, but in the end, it didn't matter. They still took the game. Look, if you look by, I want to look at that graph. If you look at the graph in the game, it's just up and down all over the place. My heart, I can't take it anymore. I feel like Fallen really deserves MVP in that game. She, as the Shadow Shaman, she was able to catch RR so many times. She was able to always control the Mars in these fights. At the same time, we saw Riza on the Juggernaut just absolutely carry her team. Wasn't enough, and Run It Down stays alive in the lower bracket for the gang. They had a great game, but unfortunately, their time with us is cut short, and we'll miss them. That was such a good game.
It definitely was, and I agree with you with the Fallen X MVP. Every single player on the side of Run It Down made some mistakes in this game. I feel like the Fallen X, she did everything she should have,
Yes.
and also her spell usage was also on point. Sure, there were some small mistakes, but those happen in Dota all the time. But Magnus, some RPs onto the ground, the Morphling losing her life a few times, Shadow Demon a few bad disruptions, Mirana. I mean, if anyone would want to put the MVP onto the Mirana with this kind of a right-click build, it's probably not going to happen. So that leaves us with the Fallen X, who, I mean, she really had a great game. Someone will look at the score and be like, what are these casters talking about? But this girl can play, and she proved it in this game.
Yeah, it was an amazing performance, honestly, by all of them as well. Like for the gang as well as Run It Down. I believe we're gonna stick to the lower bracket. We're gonna go watch Run It Down for the next game as well. We're gonna stick with see their journey, see how long it goes with them. They'll be up against Chicken Court in the next game, and yeah, we are halfway through. We're gonna cast 4 games today. We're halfway through. The winner of this tournament will make it all the way to the FSL Elite All-Women Tournament. They're going to join Roar, OO, as well as Red Horse. But we're going to take a bit of a break. Everyone deserves a break after that game, especially Run It Down. So we're going to be back to you guys in hopefully maybe 20 minutes. We'll see you guys in a bit. Hello and welcome back to our third game of the FSL Open Wildcard. I'm Otomo, joining me is Harry Freak. This is an all-women tournament for teams in Southeast Asia as well as Oceanic. And this is the last chance to compete for the FSL Elite, where they can compete for a grand prize of 5,000 Singaporean dollars. That's a lot of money, Harry Freak. That's a good amount of money. What would you do with that amount of money?
I've always thought about if I would get a huge amount of money, not only 5,000 Singaporean dollars, but
Okay.
even $1 billion, my life wouldn't change. I just have bigger house to clean, I would have to take care of my car. I still stay home, play Dota. I still love to cast some of it as well. So I don't think any amount of money would change my life significantly. So I'm quite happy with how it is right now.
All right, so that's the boring answer. I'd get a plane. I'll just fly around wherever I want to. That's what I would do. But it doesn't matter what
$5,000.
Well, I mean, if you said $1 billion, I was going to go off with your billion. But yeah, that's what we would do. For these teams, though, we are up in the upper bracket finals, I believe, between Meh as well as Foxy Gaming. This is the journey both teams have taken. At the upper bracket, it's all best of one so far. So if you win, you stay in the upper bracket. You lose, you go down to the lower bracket. As we saw by For the Gang, they actually lost their game. They're out. Their first team out of the tournament. The winner here guarantees their spot in the grand finals. The loser has to go down to the lower bracket finals. So still a bit of a journey for them here. What do you feel? We saw Meh play. We haven't seen Foxy Gaming play so far, but they generally, they actually were the 4th ranked team. So that's why they were seeded right into the upper bracket quarterfinals. So good for them. How do you feel about Meh when you saw them play?
In my mind, I still think Run It Down played better Dota in that game. Matt played basic Dota, to be honest, and that is not bad. But if Foxy Gaming are the strongest team with the placement they should be,
yes,
I think they should be able to take this one away. In my mind, Matt did show that they know how to play Dota, but nothing out of the ordinary. If Foxy is indeed the best team, they should be able to win at least and secure themselves a spot in the grand final.
I know what you mean. It's like both teams draft you the same level, the standard Marcy, Zeus, Dawnbreaker. It will take something from Meh, something crazy for them to sort of beat Foxy Gaming, or maybe they've improved since last time we saw them. Let's actually go into the draft, see if we're gonna have that Marcy, Dawnbreaker, Zeus or not. And Marcy banned, Dawnbreaker banned. Well, I want to also shout out, just before we begin the draft, our two partners, Intel as well as Yahoo. They've been with us every FSL supporting this tournament, and it's great. I love the initiative. I love the quality of Dota that we're seeing. The teams keep getting better and better and better. And as we saw today, we have had some amazing matches thanks to that. So shout out to Yahoo as well as Intel for keeping up with this.
Yeah, for sure, and I love the sponsors as well. I always use Yahoo Mail. I love it. And recently I got a new i5 processor, and it has been working miracles for me. Literally, my FPS is pretty much 240 at all times. So and this is not just me advertising, to be honest. You can't buy me, you just saw that one, but the Intel really has surprised me just how well Dota in particular runs on their processor. So I'm quite happy that they're supporting the tournament here as well.
I actually work for Yahoo, so I'm contractually obligated to always say that they're amazing. But to be honest, Yahoo has always been very good to me, and they've been really good with FSL, so I like them too. Meh, starting off with something you were talking about, something a little bit untraditional. Skywrath Mage, that fits a little bit a hero that we don't see as often. So I do think that Meh might be trying something a bit out of the box. Maybe we'll see a nice Legion Commander with that Skywrath Mage. How would you feel about that?
I'd be okay with it. Skywrath Mage just wants some stun. Starbreaker not the best, but it is definitely solid enough. Though the Dawnbreaker is banned, so we are not gonna see it. Skywrath Mage, I can't really say it's completely unexpected. The hero has been here and there appearing in competitive Dota, but mostly against Winter Wyvern. So that is usually when we see the Skywrath Mage. Winter Wyvern gets picked, bam, Skywrath Mage, because you don't care about the Cold Embrace. You're gonna kill the hero right through it. So Now, when you see a Clockwork and you're a Skyreth Mage, you really don't want to be building into a 4-stab, but you might just actually have to.
Another thing is that we can see the Clockwork go for a Blade Mail because you can just show up on someone. And, usually Clockwork might cog, then the Skyth Mage throws the Mystic Flare, and the Skyth Mage is like, haha, I got you. But Clockwork has the Blade Mail. It's like, no. I'm going to play the Uno reverse card, and Skyth Mage ends up dying. Clockwork usually dies as well because, you take a ton of damage. Jakiro comes out from Fox Gaming. So strong lanes. The Clockwork 4, the Jakiro 5. Overall, pretty solid stuff from Fox Gaming. And as the better, quote unquote better team, they don't really need to do anything out of the bag. It's kind of they have to force the other team to adapt.
Yeah, for sure. Though, what I would like to see is a core Jakiro. Imagine if this is a double offlane Jakiro and the Clockwork. That would actually be really formidable to play into. So might be the case, but in most likelihood, these should be the two supports from Foxy Gaming. So Matt, they're looking at this one. And they're thinking, what should we go for? If you're thinking about, if you're scared of the Jakiro, you could go for an LC.
I think the LC is really good.
That's another hero that synergizes well with the Skyreth Mage and doesn't really care about the Jakiro spells because you purge them right off.
Yeah, honestly, that's one of the reasons why I was thinking LC is just super good right now. Just remove everything from Jakiro. He's got 2 dots, even the stun you can remove. And who they go with? It's too obvious. It's too good to pass out. We'll see if Fox Gaming decide to, if they have a counter for it. But Jakiro, Clockwork, not good against Legion Commander, and you already have that nice Skywrath Mage combo as well to work with.
10 seconds remaining.
Core Jakiro, let's go. Dodge the Legion Commander. Don't lane against him. Get something else. Though, if your core spells get removed later down the line, it's gonna be problematic as well.
Yeah.
Though we'll see what Foxy Gaming decides to do. They ban out the Void Spirit, understandably so. Clockwork really doesn't do anything to the hero. Really, you can be annoying later on in the game with the hookshot pushback, but overall not that big of a deal. Whereas they are targeting carry heroes. They are setting their Legion Commander up for success.
Yeah, and 2 heroes that you generally don't want the game for Legion Commander. Monkey King, if you hit him, so if you duel him, he gets the Jingo Mastery off. Great. Terrorblade can sunder an ally if they're being dueled, and he's just generally hard to bring down. Although his low health, it's he's got high armor but low health, so he's not that bad for Legion Commander. Are they going to go for something like an Ursa ban at this point? That's another hero that Legion Commander generally doesn't really enjoy dueling most of the time. And he'd be pretty strong with the Jakiro in the lane as well.
Yeah, for sure. Though, LC isn't really afraid too much of the heroes that can run her down. Because Legion Commander is pretty fast. Use the overwhelming odds, you can get yourself away from pretty much anyone. So Ursa usually isn't a problem. They ban out the Juggernaut. Legion deals well with the Jugger as well at the start as well as the later stages of the game. But it is still some preference that we're looking at here. Jugger is one of the, if not the strongest carry in the meta right now. So it does make sense you don't want to be playing against it.
10 seconds remaining.
For me, by the way, one thing Fox Gaming can do is they can definitely take a lineup that's a little bit on the greedier side. We saw they tend to, they didn't win the laning stage against Run It Down. They took a long time to come back. So, not saying that they're a slow team, but maybe they're not going to be, full on throttle right from the beginning. So, Fox Gaming could consider going for something quite greedy. Lone Druid seems like a hero that I wouldn't mind seeing in this game, honestly.
Lone Druid definitely the hero has been rising in ranks.
For sure.
I'm kind of thinking of while that hero is rising in ranks, we should be seeing a bit more of the Life Stealer, just because is one of the best, if not the best heroes to deal with the bear, and even the main hero doesn't do too well against him. The Razor gets picked up and the Queen of Pain gets banned out, so this Razor can go anywhere he wants. He's good against the LC, he builds fast into the BKB, so he's good against the Skywrath Mage. With the Queen of Pain being banned, that's one of the best burst damage heroes that you're actually afraid of. Also a good laner against the Razor if it does come to it. So a really nice bans and then into Razor pick. I really like what Foxy Gaming came up with right now.
Usually, I like what you said about the Razor. Usually a hero that I think would be pretty good in this game, honestly, would be the Omni Knight. You can dispel everything from Jakiro, the Heavenly Grace is super good against the Legion Commander, and all that Razor physical damage, which is kind of most of Fox Gaming's damage, honestly, right now, can be just nullify with Guardian Angel. And Foxy Game will have to pick something like a Brewmaster to get that AoE purge off, and if they don't, then it's like, we'll see what they go with. They go with the Winter Wyvern, though. Huh. Okay. Yeah, the heal is pretty good. If you can Winter Curse someone next to the Razor, you can get the kill off. Solid in the lane as well. It might be a Razor off lane, at least that's what they're thinking. So Winter Wyvern will be pretty good against that. Okay, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
It's an okay hero. The Clockwork initiates the fight, and the Razor uses the BKB to run in. Immediately, you're gonna be Winter Cursing the Razor. Razor hates playing against these heroes that can stop his run-in, so the Winter Wyvern is perfect for that. And you get frostbitten, and then after it, you get burned. So, you know, for a second, you think that the Lina is your friend, and then suddenly you understand that it's way too much heat going your way. So, Lina, that's the burst damage that you're gonna be playing off of. There is a solid amount of lockdown on the side of Meh. You have heroes that can rotate towards the mid lane and actually help the Lina if she does win the lane. So overall, I'm liking the approach from Meh.
It's very aggressive though. This Legion Commander has to get that fast blink duel combo running out, because you look at the back line for Meh, very squishy, very easy to bring down. So you know, that might be an issue for them. By the way, I have to say something when I see the later pick. Where we'll take a second. Zeus comes out, and Fox Gaming. They look at it, they're like, oh, duels. Cold Embraces, that's a nice place to put a Nimbus right on top of their butts and get that lightning going. So I love the Zeus pick because it goes into what we're saying. Meh, kind of squishy. I hate Lina's Shard. I know this is going to be a different segue. I hate Lina's Shard. I like the old one. The line of slicing was nice. Gave you cast range. It was nice. Then Ice Fraud had to ruin it with this crappy extra damage Shard on spells that just makes no sense to me at all.
Yeah, it really isn't. It isn't that great. I remember I tried playing a support Lina one time, even though it doesn't work too well any longer on position 4. But you know, and I bought the shard later on. It really doesn't increase the damage output that much. It is just not as good. Even if you would go to like higher levels when your Dragon Slave is just low cooldown and stuff like that, it is still not good enough.
It's garbage. I mean, like, what was wrong with the old shard? Come on, Ice Frog, why do you have to ruin it for us? Anyway, Voxy Gaming, they ban out the Chaos Knight, which is one of the classic counters to the Razor, because all those illusions deal full damage. And guess what? Terrorblade's also banned out by Meh themselves, which means that for Meh, the carry selection is gonna be on the difficult side. I was gonna say maybe they might go with something that makes illusions, but Medusa's banned. How do we feel about something like a Drow Ranger or a Luna for Meh?
Oh, I love the Drow Ranger, but no one is actually playing it right now. But I think the Morphling is the right approach. The only thing you're actually afraid of is the Zeus. Other than that, the other heroes don't really threaten you at all. The Razor actually hates playing against you. Plus, you have the Winter Wyvern to heal you in the lane. So I'd be quite okay with the Morphling. Or you could go for something like a Pudge. You know, you're a strength hero. You have a Winter Wyvern to heal you in the lane.
Oh, okay. They went for a Spectre. Did not see that one coming at all, to be honest with you. But I do like it because you can hunt the Zeus down, which I was going to say this might be a problem for them. Plus, anytime a duel comes out, you have like multiple options. Hopefully, you have a Skywrath Rage Mystic Flare. If you don't have a Skywrath Mage, you're like, hey, Spectre, let's jump as Zeus. Let's give him a taste of his own medicine once. And Foxy Gaming, they go with their Night Stalker. So it's going to be the mid Razor with the off-lane Night Stalker here. I like it. Like, I really like Cat Chaser on this Night Stalker pick because, by God, is Meh going to have a hard time with their support staying alive. Skywrath Mage and Winter Wyvern, you're like, oh, we're just flying around. We're just birds, kind of, whatever we are. And then Night Stalker shows up, beats them down senseless. Very tough. 4 staffs have to be the name of the game for these two supports.
Didn't La play the offlane last time around that we watched Meh? Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that they swapped out the roles, that Kang will be in the offlane Legion Commander. I really don't see a core Skywrath Mage working out that well.
You never know, man. You never know. I mean, she could do it. Why not? I mean, I don't think it's gonna work.
Because you want to win.
Because you want to win.
Because you want to win.
Hey, maybe they're taking the run it down approach, you know, where they're like, let's just entertain and hope for the best. We're good enough. But yeah, I guess Blessing's gonna go with that Winter Wyvern. I like Foxy Gaming's draft quite a bit, but I do think that they can counter a lot of the enemy's draft just with a couple of force steps, you know. Break Razor Link, break the cogs, get out of Jakiro's Ice Path, get away from Night Stalker's crippling fear. Like, feels like a very good force step game for them.
I think if you're Foxy, there's only one hero that you have to pay attention to, and it is the LC. You have 3 heroes that give you vision: Clockwork, Night Stalker, and the Zeus, whereas the enemies have none. So just because of the vision game, the Spectre, you can counter her there, but not really. So that's why when I look at Meh, I just don't see the way for them to start the fight efficiently in this game in particular. Even when they get a blink on Kang, it's pretty much going to be on the back of smokes. If you're not using the smoke, you're most likely going to get scouted out, and you're not going to get the duel off. No duel off, no good Spectre ulti, no chance for the Lina to do the damage, and it's going to be problematic. This last pick, Night Stalker, is just so amazing.
Yes.
Sure, the Razor, he might not be the best hero against the Lina, and might not be the best hero against the Spectre, but this Night Stalker is gonna make everyone's game on the side of Foxy so easy.
I completely agree. I think that this Night Stalker pick is absolutely brilliant. Gil, what the hell? She's just standing there taking a little bit extra hits than she needs to. Looks like, yeah, she's definitely falling down. Who are they gonna give it to? Against Blessings. I mean, honestly, position 5s, we need some love as well. We need some of that gold, and just feels like it's much deserved for against Blessing. Yeah, the Night Stalker pick is brilliant.
It is, you know, a challenge to get a last hit with 43 damage. So against Blessing, he was definitely trying there, despite seeing that his cores were definitely going to be securing the kill. You know, you want to show just how good you are at last hit, and with 43 damage, killing a hero that's surrounded by 3 others is it is a feat that not a lot of players can pull off.
And later on, if she sees her carry, Miss Elastic, she's like, remember how I lasted the enemy hero? You can't even get a creep? What's wrong with you? So against Blessings, definitely setting the tone for the team. And these two, yeah, there you go. They actually spot out the enemy observer ward, but the sentry just out of range. I'm surprised by this. You can see the ward right here. Well, anyway, mid is going to be the Lina versus Zeus. I feel like definitely Zeus is going to be fine with this. Lina, now that he has that free jump ability, it feels very hard for the Lina to get the kill.
Yeah, Lina usually is the type of hero that applies pressure, but nah, here it's not gonna be happening. This is just that kind of a hero who doesn't care about your pressure. Top lane, we're looking at it a little bit. Honey Lisa fighting against Le, and it's gonna be a fight of epic proportions, while Kang and Gil are fighting as well without the static link any longer. Kang isn't really going to be threatened by the Razor that much, so every single time that that's on cooldown, it's just going to be going forward.
Look at the damage coming out from the... And yeah, it seems like they did swap roles, like you said, because Kang is playing the offlane, and Le, who was the offlaner last time, decided that she wants a break. She wants to play the Skywrath mage. Maybe Kang is just not comfortable on this hero, so they swap them around.
She's probably going to be like, okay, I don't want to play the LC into a Razor, and then Kang says, okay, give it to me. Give it to me. I'm going to do it.
I'll show you how it's done.
They did send Sleepless in the bottom lane with the Jakiro, so it's going to be a position for Jakiro. This hero can be quite annoying, and a pretty solid one to secure the lane for the Night Stalker. Night Stalker is fat. The Jakiro does a lot of damage, but top lane, speaking about being fat, Honey Lisa, almost dead. Oh, uses the healing salve, but that's a lot of investment just to stay alive, and it wouldn't even be the first blood. Gil? Oh, Lem missed the concussive shot. Gil just went in the trees there a second before Le could use it. So, you know, Gil survives, but without any HP, with the Clockwork denying herself to the creeps, it's gonna be a long time before Gil gets anything going her way.
Yeah, she shows her face. She'll just straight away be killed by the Skywrath mage. So a very strong start from Meg, getting the first blood, getting that Clockwork to sort of kill herself. And Blessings, alright, against Blessings, you might be the first person to fall here. Maybe not. But it's just a lot. Really, the game's going very well for Meh right now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yep.
She got razors.
for sure.
Yes, 4.
That's a problem, and you know it might even get worse now because the lane is pushing in. She needs some time to heal herself up. Honey Lisa being a bit more aggressive than you can, considering that Razor just came over and immediately she took a lot of damage. You know, you just drank a salve and suddenly you're back down to half HP.
Yeah, walked right next to the Sky, the Honey Lisa as she was taking a concussive shot, but Kang, they have enough damage. They it might actually. She goes back for a second. This could be a problem.
Honey Lisa is looking very dead, but then again, Kang could lose her life too, running away. It's gonna be enough damage. Gil thinking about turning around on Le, but you have to be very careful because the Skyret Mage can be very dangerous. Concussive shot in a second. This time around, Le will take her time, and there it is. She sees Gil, and she gets the kill. Le gets a double kill. The Skyret Mage is gonna be very tough to deal with later on in the game because that's a lot of experience going her way. And bottom lane, Mei's trying to fight this Jakiro because they just cannot threaten the Night Stalker, but that's not gonna be happening. At least YS is farming good for now, but nighttime is coming, and that's where the vampires hunt.
A nice triple stack of big creeps by Foxy Gaming, so that's something that the Zeus can take later on. And Lena's actually also winning the mid lane quite successfully. I mean, the CS is just crazy all over. Look at the denies coming out from there. 7 on the Lena, 13 on Kang's Legion Commander. That's 13 denies. That is insane.
Is it an LC or an Enigma? To be honest,
well, it's an enigma how she got so many denies.
That's really rough for Gil. This Razor is definitely struggling and taking away only 16 damage from DLC. The struggling will continue, especially now once the Scarlet Mage returns to the lane. But struggles for the safe laners will start very soon because nighttime is coming as well, and YS is gonna start being in some trouble. They already are going for a move.
Sleepless just dies straight away though.
Okay, Sleepless. You went a little bit too deep, and being only level 2 on the Jakiro, giving a little bit more of experience to the Night Stalker definitely hurts you because level 1 in the Dual Breath, level 1 in the in your third spell, just they don't do that much damage. Top lane, La getting the damage taken away, only 15 of it taken out, and Gil, even with that, not gonna be able to do that much damage and farm the creeps. Finally, Sleepless back to this lane, but needs to be careful. She still needs that level 3 to be as effective as she would like to be on this lane.
Yeah, the barbaric damage on level 1 dual breath is 100. Level 2, it doubles to 200. They're trying to kill Yes, but she's kind of tanking. Again, the sleepless damage is just lacking. Actually goes for the Ice Path level 3, so dual breath still only level 1 here.
The Ice Path, the stun might be enough for Cat Chaser to run down YS, and she will get ran down. Cat Chaser think about going for more, not gonna be happening. The Spectre feeling the wrath of the Night Stalker. Ever since the nighttime came, the farm hasn't been that great, and now it's even gonna be a death that follows.
Quiet from both mid laners though so far. I'm actually surprised that Zeus is allowing her mana to go as low as it can, because if you had the Thunder Gods, you might have been able to actually help kill YS just now. You know, you really kind of rely on that 300 global nuke to help you out.
For sure. We usually see this from Zeus's being super greedy. Some higher tier players would go to the base just to be available to use the Thunder God's Wrath, but with the clarity, it seems like the Zeus might get to a point where he's gonna have enough mana for the Thunder God's Wrath.
Sleepless gonna set up a massive stack for his team. I wonder who's gonna take it actually. Yeah, 4 stack. We'll see if Nin wants to go for it. That is just massive right there.
Yep, 4 stack of the big creeps. There's the Zeus can farm that one, obviously. She needs the mana, and now the Dark Ascension is there. Spectre in a lot of trouble. A vampire's hunting. He's hungry for blood. Some dragon blood as well. That's gonna make me strong, but the Lina comes over. Fight me if you dare. She's gonna make it. daytime again with all of her spells. Now she won't because she's gonna die, and with the help of the Zeus ulti, Cat Chaser now is fighting until death. Can he live? Yes, he can. Now going for a Kiss Blessing. Give me a triple. He's not hungry any longer. He has drank so much blood that Cat Chaser might just get fat out of that one. And on the other part of the map, they get even 1 kill. 4 heroes of Meh die just like that. And that is all because the Zeus went back to the base, got the mana, and that ulti changed everything.
That was a massive ulti. Like, it hit so many people. And like Skywrath Mage falling the top lane as well. That gives Gil a lot of recovery. We were talking. Oh, I hear a duel. I hear the roar, but nothing comes out. And Gil, yeah, the LC has 17 nice, but Gil is just fine. He's actually got more gold than her.
Yep. I'm gonna be seeing a net worth in just a second. There it is. All 3 of the cores of Foxy topping the net worth chart. Their supports are struggling, but who cares about the supports? They are meaningless. They're just little guys there who need to secure us with everything we need. That's gonna be the approach, of course. Is it the right one? It is debatable, but that is the way that Foxy will be playing this game. And man, they had a good start to the laning phase, but the last 3 minutes just haven't been working out for them.
No, not at all. And by the way, that big Thunder God's Wrath also gives us a ton of assist gold, because anyone who dies after you hit them with that, he's got 4 assists to his name, by the way. He wasn't even there. Like, he didn't even show up. He was just like, oh, 4 assists? Oh, that's good. Top lane.
Gang? Looking like she should be able to run herself out. Lisa, though, shouldn't be so lucky. Gil turns around. She wants to save her friend. She wants her friend to live. Doesn't want to get left alone in this world. No problem. We'll send you to hell as well. She gets the duel. 1 versus 4. I will still bring your LC down. It's a double kill for JNA, but it's gonna come at a cost with the Razor. He might drain damage, but he's gonna have 10 to start things off.
I'll be honest, I think Foxy Gaming kind of won that engagement. They forced everyone to TP top. They got a kill on the enemy off lane. Yeah, they traded their carry, but they got 10 free damage. 10 free damage is not cheap. That's like a 500 gold item right there.
Yeah, for sure. The Razor will be happy. Gil will be happy.
This game, it's 7-7, 10 minutes in. Both teams are even slight advantage for Foxy Gaming with the Odo to JNA. And Lisa is going to cut her off, but they know. The nice movements here, but JNA, I think she's going to fall. Oh, Zeus is like, guys, remember me? I exist.
Yeah, this time around, it's not only gonna be assist, it's gonna be a kill as well as an assist. 2 heroes down the top lane, and as you mentioned, you know, if maybe Meh were able to take the tower or secure a few more kills on the top lane, maybe it would be okay. But now the dual damage, the 2 kills on the top lane, you don't get the tower down, everything working out for Foxy. The first night was a success, and Cat Chaser, well, she didn't even leave her lane.
By the way, check out Spectre. Level 7 has not put a point in her ultimate yet. She actually has a skill point she's holding on to, but she just doesn't want to use it. She's just saving it on. That's kind of... I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like, you know, when I play like a Wraith King or a Spectre, you just put a point in the ultimate, and if you need it, it's there. If you don't need it, it's like, why saving it rarely feels useful. What do you think?
For Wraith King, sometimes it feels useful because if you see that you're gonna die twice, you just don't want it to go on cooldown. But before we finish that thought, we need to be looking at Gil, who might just get dueled right now, trying to run away. Damage taken away. The Mystic Flare. Oh, it did connect there to the end. And Gil in the end loses her life with the duel when going on to Kang. This time around, she's not gonna be losing the duel, and the clockwork just comes over. Lisa will die there. She has been... you know, it's just a shame. It's a lot of shame when you allow your carry to die. So she should have been there to block the smoke. Now, because of that shame, she's just gonna go into her death.
Dying out of shame. I guess that's the thing. And yeah, that's the first dual victory for Kang as well. So she's coming online. Still needs that Blink Dagger. She's quite a ways off from it. That's a scary thing to see. You really need it's all on the Legion Commander to make space for your team. At the same time, JNA is going to go for the BKB. I like that on the lane. I'm just going to make her as tanky able to frontline. She deals a good amount of physical damage as it is. Nin has the Kaya on the Zeus. Oh, Sleepless. Are you going to be okay? Oh, and we didn't see who took the giant stack, by the way. The giant stack in the triangle. It just disappeared. I wonder who got it. I think Zeus. Probably Zeus, right?
And Zeus or the Razor, both of them are quite okay at taking it. And look
Radiant's
at
bottom tower is under
how
attack.
much damage that Zeus does already. Imagine what's gonna happen once the shard is there. It's just gonna be so many lightnings flying to you. And finally a smoke coming out from Meh. They want to use the Spectral ulti as well, but inside of the cogs, the Lina will burn, her hair will be on fire. You get a free Arcana, my friend, if you want. Now against Blessing, he's flying, but
Has the
there's
ulti.
one guy that's flying even higher. Nice Winter's Curse though. The Night Stalker gets frozen, but the way that you deal with vampires is with a stake, or you burn them down, not freezing them. That's fine. They are used to the cold, being dead and all. Winter Wyvern on the ground. They want to clip away her wings. Shakiro wants to be the only dragon in this game, but not gonna be happening because the Winter Wyvern gets saved by Kang. And now though, the tower will fall. That second usage of the Dark Ascension, once more the spell will be very, very successful.
And during this whole time, we can see YS farming, but she's actually barely ahead of her own Legion Commander suffering. Oh man, then, oh there you go. YS is here.
Yeah, she's here, and now she can go back to farming because she accomplishes absolutely nothing with the
Hey, she
first
used her
haunt.
ultimate. We gotta be nice about that. She used her ultimate, she helped her team. Scared them off a little bit.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. The great usage of the Spectral Haunt defending the mid lane tower. For now, though, we'll see if Foxy can use the downtime of that amazing spell to get the mid lane tower down. Is that better?
Much better, thank you. I feel a lot better about that. But it's a tough situation right now. Foxy Gaming, not much of a kill lead, but 5,000 in terms of net worth. Legion Commander needs that Blink Dagger so she can just jump and save allies, just get those duels off. But look, the net worth is kind of atrocious for Meh on the Spectre. This is really bad.
And she's going for a defusal. I think you have to go for a blade mail just for the farming potential of the item. This is something that we see on Spectres more often, is the blade mail. Going for a defusal, sure, it allows you to fight, but it doesn't allow you to farm. And then
she's going
Foxy
for
can just
Yasha,
spread out the
actually.
map and win.
I think she might be going for Yasha.
Okay, so it's gonna be a Manta.
Yeah.
Okay, that gives you a little bit more in the farming department, I guess. Still not something I want to see because you cannot clear out stacks.
No,
You're just incapable of doing so.
I mean, this is why we see Spectre sort of fall off, right? Like, slow farmer, you need items to help you farm. Your ability to fight is garbage. Your laning stage is... It exists. Oh, big hook shot.
Yeah, it's a big one, and again, we're gonna be seeing Cogs into a macro power, but against Blessing, he gets himself out. It's gonna be a solo Winter's Curse, so immediately it is gonna stop. And do they want to die for more? They see everything, because the night vision is there. The Night Stalker sees everyone going against Blessings, and it will be dueled under the tower. This probably means that he's gonna be going down. Nice ulti from Zeus, but if you just used it a second earlier, your Night Stalker wouldn't have dove that like a madman, you mad woman. Though, and finally they bring down the vampire, but it's gonna come at a cost, and every single time it is Foxy Gaming that are on the aggressive, so man, not making any moves of their own.
But to be fair, killing cat chasers is probably better for them than losing both supports. Like, they're okay with that trade overall. But this Legion Commander Blink Dagger, I keep looking at it. Every time I look at it, I'm like, ah, she's gonna get it. And then you look at it, you're like, oh, you're still like 600 gold away? Alright. She does have at least a second duel victory, so once she gets the Blink Dagger, her duels will be a little threatening at least.
Usually also on the Legion Commander we would see the Blade Mail first. I guess knowing that the enemies have better vision than you, during nighttime you would almost never be able to get the duel off. So it does make sense that you have the Blink Dagger. As you mentioned, having 20 duel damage will definitely help, but you still need to get those duels either around the Skyret Mage or around the Lina. On your own, you're not killing anyone, even the squishiest of the Foxy Gaming bunch. But Foxy Gaming, they're not gonna wait for that. They will not wait for you to get the Blink. They'll go for a smoke of their own and going for a hunt on the Spectre.
Plus, they're not really that squishy, right? Like, the supports like Jakiro as well as Clockwork, they're sitting at 1,300 health. Not like a Skyret which is 1,000, Winter Wyvern with 1,100. Like, they're pretty tanky on the Fox Gaming supports. Smokes up, but there is no ultimate on the Night Stalker, so this may be a risky move for them.
They see Kang. Can
Honey
they kill
Lisa?
her before Before
Oh, no
she
shot!
gets the... Oh, here she goes onto the Lina. The Mystic Flare is there though. Sure, come into the cogs. Who has caught who in the end? They just get a freebie there, and it's gonna reveal that there is a ward in the triangle there because the Clockwork just went in blindly with that hookshot. They could have went for Kang, delayed the Blink Dagger timing, but they wanted the bigger one. They wanted the Lina, and it ended up in the disaster because now, meh, they know one hero is dead, and they have a Blink Dagger, so they're probably gonna make a play right now.
Do they have any smokes on the Radiant side? They do. Against Blessings has a nice smoke. Could be something that they could go with here. You know, you do have the Blink Dagger. You want to make sure you gave it a good debut, you know, a good premiere to the Blink Dagger. Not a crappy one. But one nice thing about the top lane that we have the Jakiro is just he's farming. He's farming nicely by himself. It's I love position 5s who can do that.
The thing is also, even if he dies at that position,
Doesn't
it's
care.
not a problem for him. Yeah, he doesn't care. And he won't even die. He's not being punished for him. The second he shows on the top lane, he should be going down to a dual +1 hero. But yeah, Mei are just a little bit too timid right now.
Yeah, and you can see Jakiro almost the same net worth as the Legion Commander. Like, that's how good she's playing right now. In the meantime, though, the Zeus #1 to his net worth, and we haven't seen this Zeus addressed at all. 2-0-7 has an Sanj and Kaya, so she's not as fragile as most Zeus. And we'll see what she's gonna go with. Also has the does she have the shard? No, it doesn't have the shard. She's just trying to build towards the Aether lens right now.
Smoke into smoke action.
Oh, here we
There's
go.
gonna be a lot of tiptoeing around the map, but still, they do engage. It's gonna be a nice pad. They get the stun onto the Jakiro, and they finally get the kill. Where is the duel? It was already used. They got the kill, and now the ulti from the Zeus. You said he was unaddressed. They are addressing them. They're putting their teammates who get caught by that lightning into the ground. It's a play, but you need to do it while they're alive, not when they die. And Foxy, even though they lose 2 of their supports, they're gonna be claiming 2 of the enemy supports and 1 core on top of that. So once again, the trade will go their way. One upside for the side of Mad. They get the dual damage, but is it really something that you're happy with?
Actually, she dueled the Clockwork. I don't think she got the dual damage because she's still stuck at 20.
Oh, she didn't.
No, she didn't. She dueled her. She was able to get the kill, but it was at the very last second, like after the duel ended, because no one was able to support her. No one was able to give her the damage she needed. And by the way, let's look at Spectre again. She's almost got the Manta. Cool. You know, that's really all you can say. Is like Spectre, she's farming. She's getting some gold, but she is still so far behind. When you compare it to the Razor, who's got a BKB, who's already making moves around the map, involved in so many kills.
If you're able to isolate someone, it's still gonna do a lot of damage with the Desolate. I think maybe you wait to see the Zeus. The second he uses his Heavenly Jump, he used the ulti jump on him, and you might have a chance of doing something, because Foxy Gaming are usually the ones that are going forward. So maybe that is gonna be the play for the Spectre. I certainly hope so, because I don't see him. I don't see the Spectre doing much against some of these heroes that run in deep, because they're just going to be close to each other, and then your Desolate really doesn't do much.
I feel the same. However, I think that the problem with going for the Zeus is that even if she uses her Heavenly Jump, there's still a Clockwork. Like, you have to worry about the Clockwork hooking you in, the cogs keeping you apart, like the barriers. Like, this Clockwork is a massive nightmare as well for the Spectre, because if she jumps in, she's going to jump in alone, right? She's not going to be able to have her friends with her. So it's going to be tough for her to jump the Zeus. It's a lot. Honey Lisa has to be dead or engaged, and then you can jump on the Zeus after she uses Heavenly Jump. There's a lot of ifs to kill a Zeus.
Not sure if Honey Lisa is engaged.
You know what I mean. Alright. Well,
Still, they want to go for another smoke. Man, they know they can't just stay behind, despite having a Spectre, which is, you know, arguably the strongest late game hero in this game. You know that you're farther behind, so you need to make the game a little bit more even for the Spectre to actually have any chance of carrying it. But Foxy, they know exactly what's going on. The Zeus is hiding in the trees. They're waiting for the nighttime to come. They don't want any big engagements. They know that 25 to 30 minutes is gonna be their timing, and they will wait for it patiently. The only one that is kind of offering herself there is going to be Sleepless, but again, not even catching the Jakiro means that everyone else on Foxy knows that something is up.
yeah, I love it. Yeah, I love what Sleepless is doing this game. She's just like, oh yeah, I'm just going to push out How come no one's coming to kill me? Are you guys busy elsewhere? Okay, no problem. I don't mind. And yeah, she's just playing it absolutely amazing. And you, like, they bring her out on mid. They're like, do we go? Is it worth going? And you can see Legion Commander's here. She's gonna need a +1 if she wants to get this sleepless kill. Lena's coming along, but they spot her in the sentry ward. Sleepless. Where is she going? My God, she is creating just a galaxy amount of space for the team.
And Gil is coming over, seems to have an Invis rune, so he's definitely going to be able to get on top of whoever he wants, whoever she wants. They found the Lina, they get the ice pad, the BKB is there, but the BKB will not save you from the heavy physical damage. Take her damage away and kill her with it. Cat Chaser now, he is chasing the rest of them. And let's see now, can she survive this one? It seems like the answer will be yes, but that added movement speed and of course the vision is gonna keep everyone from the side of Meh scared. Oh, Le, what are you doing? You don't want to be there. Using the Mystic Flare to stop the Night Stalker. Not gonna be stopping at all. Now the ulti from the Spectre comes out. They will get the duel. The hookshot will be nice, but still not gonna save the Night Stalker. And they got a double kill on the YS. Anyone who thought the Spectre couldn't do it, well, now the double kill is there, so that's gonna elevate the Spectre a little bit in terms of net worth. Still only on the 5th spot, but definitely will be quite happy with that one. Working towards the Aghanim Scepter. This Spectre very soon will be able to join every single fight.
I gotta say something. I gotta give props to Kang. Big props for one thing. She took the level 10, 200 dual cast range talent instead of the overwhelming odds, which is standard. But in that fight, she was able to actually stand outside of the crippling fear of the Night Stalker and get the duel off. She wouldn't have. That would have been impossible without that talent. So, just really heads up, sort of itemized. I mean, talent choice. I don't know what that counts as, but really good pick by that. And yeah, they stem the bleeding just a little bit. They need that. They need that to happen a few more times though.
Every single time that that kind of a dive is happening, you need to make something happen. Also, 200 dual cast range, but also very nice positioning from the Legion Commander. She could have blinked in a little bit too close, and then it wouldn't have been enough. Night Stalker, let's say, uses the Void. She runs herself out, and you get nothing. Still, even with the Dark Ascension being down in 20 seconds, the real night will come. The sun will set, and then for 5 minutes, look at this logo of Meh. I'm pretty sure that they're gonna be just as scared as that little guy on their logo.
One thing to worry about as well is Sleepless continues to get bigger and bigger. Has a Glimmer Cape, has a Force Staff, on position 5 Jakiro, roughly the same net worth as the Legion Commander, and keeping up in levels as well. So it is becoming, she's becoming a core, you know, because the Skyrath Mage is not quite the same level.
Leia is close though. The Skyrath Mage is quite powerful. Does have the ATOS, would be quite big.
You were saying?
Here she can get onto someone, but they have 2 Force Staffs, and now they go onto this Skyrath Mage. Immediately gets herself out of cogs.
Top
Honey
lane.
Lisa, yeah, very proud of herself. Top lane though, they found the Night Stalker. The duel will stop. Cat Chaser. She used the BKB. Does have the armlet toggle.
Oh,
JNA trying to TP herself out, will be successful in doing so, but the rest of the pack, can they get themselves out against Blessing? Will lose the air battle there against Cat Chaser. Not like she ever stood a chance, and 2 supports are dead around the map for the side of Meh. So Foxy, nice defense of their Night Stalker. It got close though, but in the end they couldn't finish the job on Meh.
A Night Stalker has the shard as well, so she just goes and just chomps the creep. I love how she can just eat a giant creep. Like, that is actually insane how it works out. Like, yeah, I'll just go eat a creep. I don't mind. I restore my health as well. So Cat Chaser, very tanky, but and that Dragon Lance with the regen, the physical armor, very useful against all that damage coming out from LC. Are we gonna go for this?
Oh, the Spectre is in. Immediately stun and stop though. The stun does connect onto the Razor, but that's the hero with an Aegis. They have to be careful. They get the duel onto the Night Stalker. Night Stalker is still alive. The hookshot is surviving. She's surviving, but in the end, the duel will be won by Kang. It's gonna come at a cost though. Immediately, she loses her life. JNA going in without the BKB. She has to be very careful, but has the Shadow Blade to keep her alive. They leave the Aegis there onto the Razor. Coming at a cost. The duel victory will be there, but still, Foxy will be more than happy. They take the Aegis for themselves, and now they can continue pushing the advantage.
A tiny mistake came out from Honey Lisa in that fight, by the way. She wasn't able to like get the power cogs on the Legion Commander. She had the mana, but just kind of wasn't. Sorry, she didn't have the mana. She had the 3-1 charge, would have given her enough mana, but she didn't use it in time. Bit unfortunate for her. Still, yeah, like you said, Foxy, they'll be happy. They took the Aegis there, but they did give 220 dual damage to the Legion Commander. At 60, 27, that's not too bad. That's a good amount of damage you got there.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, the DLC could become an issue later on down the line if she gets like more than 120, 150 damage and is able to bring down the hero solo. That will be a big deal. The saves on the side of Foxy, they don't really have a lot of those, and DLC is approaching her BKB as well. So man, despite being 10k gold behind, they are not out of this game. None of the tier 2s have been taken just yet. So Foxy, they might have the gold lead, but in terms of map control, not looking that right. Sky Red Mage is already dead. Yeah, we're not even gonna look at him that long because he will go into the other world against Blessings. He comes over, thinks she can do something to save her friend, but her friend is already in heavens. So you're gonna have to wait for at least 30 seconds before the resurrection comes over.
Look at the warding by Foxy, guy. These lane wars that they have in the mid lane, they killed Skyrat Mage twice with this, and every time Lisa just hook shots her, she's like, yeah, I'm going for her again and again and again and again until she keeps dying. Very unfortunate, and she didn't go for the Force Staff on the Skyrat Mage. She went for the Rod of Atos, an aggressive option that's not paying off for her right now.
And I don't think it's gonna pay off at all because you're playing against 2 Force Staffs, so I think that was definitely a mistake.
Oh, another one!
That's the vision advantage that Foxy have. Yep. Just Zeus, Night Stalker, and the Clockwork. It is impossible to play against it. You need to be on the top part of the map. That mid lane, the bottom lane, it is off limits right now. Foxy are the ones controlling it.
The only way they can go there if they go as 5 people or they have like Spectre ult and just giving them vision. But either way, the mid tower goes down. Roshan still needs about 5 to 8 minutes left. Looks like Razor still got the Aegis for another 2 minutes, by the way. So they can just push whatever they want.
They most definitely can. The tier 1 on the top lane, it is there. It is very unlikely that Mei will defend it, but on the tier 2, they will have to make a stand. If you lose all of your outer towers so early on, it will be problematic. There it is. The tier 1 is gone, but you need creeps if you're ever to dish out any damage to this tier 2. Mei for now, just being content with farming, but they're falling further and further behind. Now with the 14k gold lead, Foxy, even better control, and they found the hero again. Walking into enemy vision is never gonna end up too good for you, and Honey Lisa gets the kill with the rocket flare. I don't even need it for vision. I have my Zeus and my Night Stalker for that.
And a bottom lane. Oh, okay. I thought YS just gonna leave. He's gonna find has the ultimate. What's she doing? What's she gonna go for here? Sleepless. This could be a kill for them actually.
We get the Atos, Sleepless, a bit of trouble. He does have the Force Staff, getting himself away from the Mystic Flare, but Cat's Chaser is in the backline. YS needs to use the real Haunt right now. Where is the real Spectre? Where is she gonna go? YS goes to the left, but does it mean that they will stop the chase? Not really. YS, they see which the real one is. JNA uses the BKB. That's gonna be a little bit too late, my friend. If you want to survive, the hook shot does not connect, but the Ice Path will. This Winter Wyvern, she thought she was used to the cold, but the cold does bother her. And Sleepless, just a beautiful connection there. And now it's time for a high ground push. 60 seconds for the lead on the side lanes, but she does have a buyback.
And it's like, what are you really gonna be doing here? If you're Mei, you can't need the one to Wyvern there to maybe get a good ultimate. Your Lina is just so far behind this point, and it's a nightmare. We talked about their squishy lineup, it's suffering, and they have a problem with the vision from Fox Gaming side.
Yo, thinking about staying there, but it's gonna play it safe. Oh, Legion Commander jumping in. Kang, she wants a duel. She's gonna be getting it out. The Blast Rig not really gonna be helping you much there. The Ice Pad doesn't do anything against the BKB, but they save Annalisa for now. The duel will not be there. And now the Thunder God's Wrath. The God of Thunder is starting to dish out the damage. He doesn't even have mana anymore, but right clicks. Come on, Spectre, you and me. Let's have a fist fight. And the Spectre doesn't want to go into that one, knowing that the Zeus has powerful friends behind him.
Good Winter's Curse though, catching the Night Stalker, catching Cat Chaser. right next to an angry Razor. Razor had absorbed plenty of damage. Razor just beat her down. So signs of life, I want to say, but you're still 18,000 gold behind on Meh. And I don't think there's any big item coming out that's going to help them much. I mean, they want to go Scotty on Spectre. She's far. Skywrath Mage is going to go for the Ghost Scepter to keep you alive. Okay, but that's not damage. Lina Daedalus, that could be the big thing. That could be the thing that turns that game around. Because everything else, no one really has an item that I can think, oh wow, that's amazing.
I'm actually weirded out that Lina isn't going for a Silver Edge. You know, all three of the cores inside of Foxy Gaming, they have something that you can break from them. Taking away the movement speed from the Razor, taking away the movement speed from the Night Stalker as well during nighttime is gonna be big. But Lina doesn't think so. I still think the Silver Edge is the superior item out of the two, especially for this game in particular.
Well, I guess she wants the data. She just needs to right click, right? That's what she feels. I just need to right click, and I'll be excited to see. Hey, maybe she'll get the shard. Maybe she'll get the shard. Just get that spells a little bit more damage. In the meantime, though, we have a smoke breaks. Can you jump on? Ooh, nice Nimbus. Oh my god.
Beautiful Nimbus. They have a hook shot as well. Come on, this is not the way that you wanted to end. Nice cold embrace though. Kang will embrace the cold, but you know, cold showers, it doesn't mean that you're gonna have a long and happy life, because you're gonna be murdered in between those. Why, yes, running away, but you're not going anywhere, girl, because you'll get run down. Foxy Gaming looking very, very powerful in this game, and are looking to secure their spot in the grand finals. They got denied a chance to go immediately to the elite tournament, but they will go into the grand finals, where if they win the best of three there tomorrow is going to be played, they will go and join the other three that have already qualified.
Le has the TP scroll if she wants to go back to defend the base, but you have no Lina, you have no Spectre for 40 seconds, and she's feeling like, alright, yeah, I'm gonna lose a lot. And Zeus thinking, she's like, oh, Le, you're here? Hey, let me throw out some light, let me give you some of my love, basically. Well, see, the chase of the heavenly creatures, and then just gets not much of a chase, honestly. But I guess you could say Skywrath Mage kind of forces the Zeus away, but Zeus doesn't even hit towers, so doesn't really lose anything.
I'd say Olympus is higher than the Ghastly Eerie, and a duel comes out. It's gonna be on the Clockwork. The blast streak keeping them alive. It seems like the Clockwork will be surviving. Honey Lisa is okay for now, but not giving a duel and surviving are two different things, so at least they do finish her off in the end. But it's gonna be the towers getting the kill, so no extra gold for any of the meh heroes. It is still not looking super good. You've lost 2 lanes of Rax, you're 28k gold behind, and Lord Gaben has shown his love towards the girls on the side of Foxy Gaming, giving the Arcane Rune to the Zeus. This god is even more powerful now.
And not only that, but Zeus also has a Refresher Orb, so you can throw a lot of Nimbuses, you know. There are 2 BKBs on Meh's side, but I mean, the fact that you can just catch a Spectre. This Spectre, I just really don't know what to say about the Spectre pick. I just don't feel like it's working out for them at all right now.
It
was very
isn't
risky.
For sure.
In the meantime,
even with the Aghanim Scepter.
Night Stalker's got the Nullifier, which is pretty good against the Force Staff from the Winter Wyvern. It can also remove the heal coming out from the Legion Commander, so it's got some pretty uses. Generally, I don't think it matters. Oh, here we go. Onto the Knight.
And JNA, she made her presence known, and now her damage is being taken away. But with the damage, her life will end too. The buyback of the Winter Wyvern will accomplish absolutely nothing. Kang going for a TP out. Is that going to be successful? The Ice Path. Oh, that was a perfect TP out, knowing that her BKB was going to expire in exactly 3 seconds. Now the Spectre in some trouble. You mentioned the Nullifier. It does so much damage. The right clicks from Cat Chaser are going to hurt so much, and the Spectre's blood gets spilled yet again. But it is not going to go in vain. It's going to be drinked in its entirety by the Night Stalker, level 25 vampire who is hungry for even more blood from the Meh side.
The only positive you can say for Meh is that their tier 2 has backdoor protection because they pushed out the lane a little bit. That's it though. Everything else complete disaster. Foxy Gaming gonna get the Roshan as well. They forced a buyback from against Blessings, which doesn't really matter. Does the Winter Wyvern have a Blink Dagger? No, she's got Force Staff and Arcane Boots only. So sometimes you're like, oh yeah, if we have Enigma, we have Winter Wyvern, we have Magnus to get those big ultimates. But with Wyvern with a 4-staff, it's very difficult to get those big ultimates that you need. And again, Zeus completely unaddressed. Just completely unaddressed this game.
Yeah, they have nothing to get on top of her. It is insane, you know, even with the Spectral Haunt, if the Zeus has the Heavenly Jump, and pretty much he has it all the time, considering the Octarine Core and the Refresher, I don't know what you do. 7-second cooldown on that spell, and again, you have the Refresher to do it again. Just looks like an easy game now for Foxy Gaming to end.
35,000 gold as well. It's not the 1,000 gold per minute that we say, the GPM of death that we expect. But for Foxy Gaming, this looks unstoppable. You know, there just doesn't look like there's really any way we can take this. And Jill just stands by. Look at that! Look at the lightning on the ground.
Yeah, just so much lightning here. You're gonna be needing something to help you against that, and at least they killed the Razor, so he's not gonna be zapping anyone for 5 seconds. But Lina, she gets zapped by the much scarier Zeus. You don't even see him, and he's destroying you from up above. Fighting against gods is not smart. You need to respect their authority. Being a god is no joke. Man, look at this. They all buy back, but they're just staying in their base because Zeus has shown them their place. And that is the only part of the map that you can stay alive in.
And even then, they just get mega creeps. Foxy Gaming kind of stomping their way to victory here. GNA, she's gonna make it back to base. She's gonna survive, but to what end, I ask? It looks like...
Okay, they control their fountain. It's okay. They haven't been pushed out of it just yet. But where are you gonna go? When a cat is in a corner, that is when it will show just how powerful it can be. Can they attack their enemies? Can they scratch? Can they bite? It seems like the answer will be no. Meh will just stay in their fountain as their throne falls. And it will be a very, very cruel end for them. Can you get out? Can you fight? Do your enemies even care about you, or will they focus on the throne? They'll focus on the throne, they'll end the game, and they'll secure a spot at the grand finals, whereas Meh will drop to the lower bracket, and they're gonna have to fight tomorrow for a chance to be in the grand finals, for a chance to get the revenge onto Foxy Gaming.
I mean, this was what we sort of said. Foxy Gaming, their position 4 in the leaderboards, they performed well. They just never had quite enough to beat the other 3 top teams. They come in here, they make Meh, who looked pretty solid in the opening game of the series. They made him look pretty bad. Like that, it all comes down. Honestly, I feel like the Night Stalker last pick, it was a pure draft advantage for Fox's Gaming. They drafted beautifully. They have Night Stalker against these squishy supports, providing them with the vision. They have the Zeus that no one could catch, and it was just all in for Fox Gaming. Really good play by them.
Yeah, good draft, good play, understanding just how powerful the Night Stalker can be, having this heavy vision type lineup and utilizing it perfectly. I think Meh just didn't understand that they were constantly under vision. Even when the heroes weren't there, they were running into wards, and just not having enough of the map and being already 10k goal behind tends to do that to you. But in the end, you know, Meh, they did put up some kind of a fight. In the end, definitely not good enough.
Honey Lisa's ward, the one that she puts right next to the tier 2 tower in the mid lane, that was so good because we see her keep getting those hook shots in like 4 or 5 times. She was able to get the hook shot on the enemy side, and that was a big deal. Like, that really shut them down. I didn't feel the Rod of Atos from the Skyath Mage. I thought that was very wishful thinking that you're going to get it rather than a 4-staff, for example. That could have kept her alive in a couple situations. Either way, Fox Gaming, still a tier above right in that game.
Yeah, for sure. I guess, you know, the Atos is something that you usually go for in pubs. It just felt right. Obviously, these are not like big formed teams. Most of these teams are pretty much, friends playing in stacks. They're trying to compete. They're having fun, and you know, if you go on autopilot, don't think there for a second it's gonna end up that way. Playing against 2 4-staffs, going for an Atos, it is just not gonna work. But there's so much more that was the issue in that game. Particular, so we really can't point at just one item. But overall, I have to say that throughout the day we still have one more series, but I am impressed by the Dota that I'm seeing. I didn't know what I was gonna see when I came in today, and I'm quite happy with the performance of all of the teams that we watched so far.
Yeah, all the teams have been putting up an amazing show. And we want to just congratulate Fox Gaming for making it all the way to Grand Finals. But we still have one more game. We still have the lower bracket semifinals, I believe. Sorry, yeah, lower bracket semifinals, I believe, for the 2 Wildcard. We're going to take a little bit of a break here. We're going to give you these teams some time to rest. I'm Otomo, joining me is the Harry Freak, and we'll see you guys in just a little bit. Hello and welcome back to the FSL Wildcard. I'm Otomo, joining me is Harry Freak, and we have a little bit of an unfortunate update for you guys. Unfortunately, the lower bracket semifinals will not be played because one of the players on JYG just couldn't make it in time for the match. And as much as we try to stretch out the time, run it down, they have another tournament they have to attend to later, and they cannot play their semifinals tomorrow morning, so we cannot postpone the match, we cannot play the match any later. So Run It Down gets they get a forfeit win for them. JYG is unfortunately eliminated from the tournament, so Rundown already makes it to the lower bracket finals. And I think we have a schedule for what's looking like tomorrow, but we really apologize that this couldn't happen. It's not what we wanted. But tomorrow it will be Meh versus Run It Down best of 1. The winner goes against Foxy Gaming the best of 3, and the winner of that match qualifies for the FSL Elite. And Harry Freak, you hate to see it, don't you?
Yeah, it just happens sometimes. One of the players just doesn't get there in time, and it just ends up being an unfortunate situation for the entire team, for the viewers, for the organizers, and of course for us.
Yes.
On the last place, but we have our feelings as well. So gonna be feeling bad, but we have to look towards the future, and that is tomorrow for the lower bracket finals and the grand finals, which are gonna be best of 3. So I'm looking forward to that. At least today didn't end on a greatest of notes, but I'm sure tomorrow will.
Yep, and we did have 3 great games, especially the first. I thought the first 2 were absolutely stellar stuff. So if you guys like watching, the best women in Southeast Asia play, that's where you should be watching. I want to make sure we thank our sponsors as well, Yahoo and Intel. We both shilled out pretty hard for them, but it comes from the heart. They've been supporting FSL from the start, and it's great to have women have a platform to compete in. But that'll be it for us for today. I'm Otomo, joining me is Harry Freak. On behalf of production, we also want to thank everyone for tuning in, and we'll see you guys tomorrow in the afternoon, hopefully with the final few games of the series. Good night, or good morning, good afternoon. We'll see you guys tomorrow.